I had been planning this trip for months, imagining it as a quiet retreat away from the endless noise of city life. The idea of spending a week alone in a remote cabin in the mountains, surrounded by nothing but trees and the occasional bird or squirrel, had an undeniable appeal. I wanted silence, the kind of quiet that fills your ears and forces you to notice things you usually ignore. My friends had warned me about being isolated, but the warnings only made the trip more enticing. I packed my car carefully. Food for a week, extra water, a first aid kit, tools, and my laptop, though I didn't plan to use it much. Maps were printed and digital backups saved, and I had my phone fully charged with a solar charger tucked in case of emergencies. The drive up the mountain road was longer and narrower than I expected. The asphalt gave way to a thin, uneven dirt path that twisted around the side of the slope. Tall trees leaned over the road, their branches scraping the roof of my car, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in uneven patches. Birds scattered ahead as I drove, startled by the sudden appearance of my vehicle. The air was cooler here, clean, and smelled faintly of pine and damp earth. Occasionally, the road would drop into a clearing, revealing a distant ridge with sharp edges and deep shadows. By late afternoon, I saw the cabin for the first time. It was small and unassuming, made of aged timber that had turned gray with weather, but it had a solid look to it. Smoke rose faintly from a stone chimney, suggesting that the previous occupant had used it not long ago. I parked in the small clearing in front of it and stepped out. The silence was immediate and complete, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. The air smelled faintly of moss and wet wood. The ground beneath my feet was soft from fallen pine needles and damp soil, sinking slightly with each step. Inside, the cabin was simple but well-built. A small kitchen area had a wood stove, a sink, and cupboards that still contained basic utensils. A single bedroom was tucked into the corner with a thin mattress on a wooden frame. The living space had a table, a few chairs, and shelves that held books and miscellaneous items left behind. Dust coated most surfaces, though not heavily, suggesting intermittent use. The windows were small, and the glass had a slight wavy texture from age, distorting the view outside in a subtle, unsettling way. After unpacking, I decided to explore the surrounding area. The trees were dense, mostly pine, with undergrowth that made moving quietly difficult. Small streams trickled down the slopes, carrying clear, cold water over rocks covered in moss. The terrain was uneven, with occasional cliffs and sudden drops hidden by foliage. I marked my route on the map and in my memory, aware that without these markers, it would be easy to get lost in the labyrinth of trees and ridges. As the first night fell, I built a fire in the cabin's small stone fireplace. The warmth was comforting, but the shadows it cast across the room were long and sharp. Each crackle and pop of the burning wood sounded louder than it should, echoing in corners and against the walls. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, sometimes strong enough to make the cabin shudder slightly. I ate a simple dinner of canned beans and bread, washing it down with water, and then sat by the fire to read. The isolation was more intense than I had anticipated. In the city, even in silence, there is a constant undercurrent of human presence. Here there was none. Only the forest, vast and indifferent, stretched in all directions. I had barely drifted off when I was woken by a noise outside. It was subtle, a scraping or thud that I first thought was a branch falling. The sound repeated, irregularly, moving around the cabin. My heart rate increased, and I sat up, straining to hear. Every sense seemed heightened. The creak of the cabin floorboards, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously opened the door. The clearing was empty, the shadows long and dark under the moonlight. Nothing moved. I walked around the perimeter, my boots pressing softly into the pine needles, every sound seeming amplified. Still nothing. I returned inside, trying to rationalize the fear tightening my chest. Deer, raccoons, or perhaps a loose branch brushing against the cabin. The logical explanation calmed me somewhat, but the restlessness lingered. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by imagined sounds and the occasional distant snap of twigs that could not be ignored. The next morning, I awoke to a mist settling in the valley below. Visibility was low, and the entire forest seemed to fade into a gray haze. I decided to hike further along the ridge, curious about what lay beyond the trees I could see from the cabin. I packed a small day bag with water, snacks, a knife, and my compass. The trail was faint, more a path suggested by flattened undergrowth than an actual track. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Birds had gone silent, and even the wind seemed reluctant to move. Each step felt heavier than the last. I pressed on, climbing steep sections, descending into small valleys, and sometimes slipping on loose soil or moss-covered stones. Around midday, I stumbled upon a small, abandoned logging site. Old stumps, rotting logs, and rusted machinery lay scattered. It looked like it had been deserted for years, though the soil and vegetation had reclaimed most of it. The scene was strangely unsettling, the silence pressing down. I took care to note my location, realizing that retracing my steps could be difficult without clear markers. That night, back at the cabin, I fortified the doors and windows as best I could. The wind had picked up, rattling the shutters and making the cabin groan. Every sound seemed magnified, from the popping of the fire to the occasional creak of the floorboards. Around midnight, the noises outside returned, sharper and closer. Footsteps, or something that sounded like them, moved around the cabin. I stayed low, flashlight in hand, listening intently. The sounds stopped after a few minutes, leaving a tense silence. My imagination ran wild, conjuring scenarios that were terrifyingly real, even though I knew logically that human intruders were unlikely in such a remote place. Over the next few days, the isolation began to weigh heavily. I moved cautiously, always alert to every sound. I noticed that some of my food supplies had shifted slightly, though there was no clear sign of an intruder. Small disturbances, a knocked-over pot, footprints in soft soil near the cabin, kept my mind racing. I documented everything, taking notes and photos. I checked my maps and GPS repeatedly, trying to maintain a sense of control. The forest felt alive in a way that was almost oppressive, every shadow a potential threat. On the 5th day, I decided to hike down toward the main road to break the monotony and reassure myself of the outside world. The path was steep and overgrown, forcing me to use my hands to navigate through dense brush. At one point, I slipped, scraping my forearm on a branch. Blood ran down, warm and sticky, and the pain sharpened my awareness. I pressed on slowly, aware that the descent was risky and the remoteness amplified every danger. Near dusk, I finally reached a small clearing that offered a view of the road far below. Relief washed over me. Human civilization, cars passing by, the distant hum of engines. But I also realized that climbing back up in the dark would be treacherous. I decided to camp here for the night, building a small fire and using my jacket as a sleeping pad. The stars above were vast and brilliant, but the darkness beyond the firelight was deep and almost suffocating. Every rustle made me tense, and I kept my knife within reach. The following morning, I began the climb back to the cabin. The ascent was grueling. My legs ached, my muscles burned, and my ankle twisted once on a loose rock. Each step required careful calculation, and I moved slowly, fully aware that a single mistake could result in injury far from help. Sweat soaked my clothes, and my water supply was nearly gone. I stopped frequently, leaning against trees, catching my breath, and listening to the forest's unsettling quiet. When I finally reached the cabin, I was exhausted but relieved. I secured the cabin and rested, determined to spend my final night here with heightened awareness but no further incident. That night, I slept more soundly than I had in the previous days, though I kept the fire going and my supplies close. The wind died down, and the forest seemed less oppressive, the trees no longer looming in the same way. I realized that the combination of exhaustion and familiarity with my surroundings had lessened my fear. On the 7th day, I packed up for the journey home. Every item was accounted for, every path I had taken reviewed in my mind. The drive down the mountain was long and careful, but uneventful. I felt a mix of relief and accomplishment. I had survived the isolation, the fear. I had been planning the trip for months. The idea of spending a week alone in the woods, away from people and noise, had appealed to me more than anything else. My life had become unbearably crowded, cluttered with endless responsibilities, emails, deadlines, and obligations I could not escape. I needed silence. I needed space. The cabin I had found online seemed perfect. It was small, isolated, and nestled deep in the forest near a lake I had never visited before. The photos made it look idyllic, almost untouched. The reviews were sparse but positive. People spoke of the peace, the solitude, the chance to disconnect from everything. That was exactly what I wanted. I packed meticulously. I took more supplies than I thought I might need. Food for a week, extra water, a first aid kit, a flashlight with extra batteries, a camping stove, a small propane heater, blankets, and warm clothes. I even packed a set of basic tools, just in case something broke. I wanted to be self-sufficient, completely prepared for anything. I didn't plan on seeing anyone else. The drive was long, winding through back roads, narrow and uneven, the kind of roads that made you wish you had four-wheel drive. The closer I got to the cabin, the fewer cars I passed. The forest grew thicker, taller, denser. Trees pressed together like they were guarding something. I started to feel a strange mix of excitement and unease, but I brushed it off. This was exactly what I wanted. Isolation. Finally, I arrived. The cabin was even smaller than I expected. A simple one-story wooden structure with a peaked roof and a small porch. It looked almost abandoned, in a good way, untouched. There was a small fire pit in front and a pile of firewood stacked neatly on one side. I parked my car on a patch of dirt, got out, and just stood there for a moment, listening. There was no sound except the wind through the trees, the occasional creak of branches, and the distant call of a bird. It was quiet in a way I had never experienced. The first day was all about settling in. I unpacked slowly, making sure everything had its place. I inspected the cabin, a small living room with a wood stove, a tiny kitchen with a sink and a counter, one bedroom with a basic bed, and a bathroom with a shower. Everything was functional, even if a little rustic. I started a fire in the stove, chopped some wood, and prepared a simple dinner. By the time I ate, the sun had set and darkness had fallen completely. The forest seemed to close in around me. I lit a few lanterns inside and sat quietly, just listening to the wind, feeling the isolation. That night, I slept more lightly than usual. Every small sound in the cabin made me wake, my mind imagining possibilities. The rustle of the wind against the walls, the groan of the old wood, even the distant sound of an animal moving outside. I told myself it was just the forest, nothing more, but sleep was restless. The next morning, I woke early, made coffee, and stepped outside. Mist hung low over the trees and the lake, which shimmered faintly in the weak morning light. I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The forest was thick, full of fallen leaves and branches, uneven ground, and patches of moss that made footing tricky. I stayed close to the main path at first, but curiosity pushed me deeper. I found a small creek, clear water running over rocks, and a few wildflowers growing in the damp soil. The quiet was almost overwhelming. I felt entirely cut off from the world. On the second day, I ventured farther. The forest grew darker, denser, more oppressive. The path became less distinct, and I had to step carefully over roots and rocks. I found the lake at last, much larger than I had expected. It was surrounded by trees that reached down to the water, their reflection sharp and perfect in the still surface. I sat on a fallen log, staring at the water, feeling a strange mix of awe and unease. The silence was profound, almost unbearable. That evening, back at the cabin, I started to notice little things that unsettled me. I had brought a small radio, mostly for emergencies, but I hadn't planned on using it. When I turned it on for a brief moment, I heard static and occasional faraway voices, but nothing clear. Still, it made me uneasy, the idea that I could not fully control what I heard or who might be out there. I shook it off and went to bed, the wind rattling the cabin, the trees scraping against each other like claws. By the third day, my sense of unease had grown. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, a tight knot that refused to loosen. I was aware of every sound, the snap of a twig under my own foot, the rustle of leaves, the far-off scream of a bird or animal I could not identify. Every noise seemed louder at night, every shadow more deliberate. I tried to distract myself with chores, chopping firewood, cleaning the cabin, organizing my supplies, but the feeling persisted. On the fourth day, something changed. I had gone down to the lake to collect water with a small container. As I walked back to the cabin, I thought I saw a figure moving between the trees in the distance. At first, I told myself it was a deer or some other animal, but the movement seemed deliberate, careful, too controlled for an animal. My heart raced. I slowed down, trying to see more clearly. The figure vanished. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, just my imagination, but a cold fear settled over me. That night, I stayed up later than usual. I checked every window, every door, making sure the locks were secure, the firewood stacked tightly, the stove cold. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. I could hear footsteps outside, soft, deliberate, but I could not tell where they were. The wind had died down, and the forest was dead silent except for these sounds. My mind raced, imagining someone watching me, someone waiting. I told myself to breathe, to remain rational, but fear had a grip on me. The fifth day, I decided to stay inside. I avoided going out entirely. I fortified the cabin as best I could. I moved chairs in front of the doors, stacked firewood along the walls, and kept my phone close, even though I had no signal. The feeling of being watched was constant, almost suffocating. Every small noise made me jump. I could hear branches brushing against the windows, animals moving in the undergrowth, even the distant sound of running water from the creek. I stayed inside, tending the fire, eating cold food, drinking water, and listening. The day dragged, heavy and oppressive. That evening, I heard something unmistakable, a deliberate knock on the cabin door. I froze. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure it could be heard through the walls. I didn't move for several seconds. Another knock, louder this time. Whoever it was, they knew I was here. I told myself to stay calm, to think logically. I checked the windows, nothing. I looked through the peephole, nothing. The knocking continued, rhythmic, deliberate, unnerving. I realized that I had to act. I grabbed the heaviest tool I had, an old metal hammer I had brought for chopping wood. I opened the door just slightly, enough to see outside. There was no one, no footprints, no signs of anyone. Just the dark forest, silent, dense, and unbroken. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the trees, the ground. Nothing. I checked the perimeter, moving slowly, trying to see if anyone had approached from the other side. Nothing. No signs, no evidence of anyone else. The forest had swallowed all traces. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire with the hammer across my lap, listening to every sound, every movement. The knocking had stopped, but the fear remained. I realized I had underestimated the danger of isolation. It wasn't the forest, the wind, or even the animals. It was the fact that I was utterly alone, vulnerable, and someone or something might have been watching me. The sixth day, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. I packed a bag with essentials, food, water, flashlight, and tools, and prepared to leave. I drove to the edge of the forest, retracing the narrow dirt roads I had taken to get here. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves made me tense. I didn't stop to enjoy the scenery or take photographs. I wanted nothing more than to get back to civilization, to the safety of people and noise. As I approached the main road, I saw a pair of footprints in the dirt, fresh, large, and human. My blood ran cold. They were heading toward the cabin. Whoever had been there the night before was still in the area, still nearby. I drove faster, eyes on the road, hands gripping the wheel tightly, until I finally reached a paved road, a place where other cars were traveling, people moving. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station, filled up, and sat in my car for several minutes, trying to calm down. When I finally returned home, I unpacked everything, checked the locks on my doors, and called a friend to tell them what had happened. I didn't tell them about the fear, the constant feeling of being watched. I had been planning the trip for weeks, maybe even months. The cabin was tucked deep in the forest, far from the roads, far from any signs of people. I wanted a break from everything, from the constant noise of the city, from the endless flow of work and emails and the hum of life that never let me rest. I didn't want a vacation where people talked loudly or music blared. I wanted silence, the kind that presses against your ears in a way that almost hurts at first, but eventually becomes a strange comfort. I packed carefully. Enough food for a week, candles, a small camping stove, blankets, a heavy flashlight, extra batteries, and a first aid kit. I made sure my phone was charged, though I knew from the reviews online that signal would probably be spotty at best. The drive to the cabin had been long, winding along narrow roads that sometimes disappeared into dirt paths, brushing past trees that leaned over the edges like they were trying to block the way. I remember the sun falling behind the hills, turning the sky pink and then dark purple as I drove, the forest around me taking on a weight that felt alive, pressing closer with every mile. When I arrived, the cabin was exactly like the photos online, small, wooden, rustic but sturdy. A thin layer of moss covered parts of the roof, and the wood of the walls was weathered and dark. Smoke curled lazily from the stone chimney, and the smell of old pine mixed with the faint scent of burning would made me feel unexpectedly calm. I parked my car at the edge of a small clearing, where the trees stopped just short of forming a wall around the cabin. There was a small path that led down to a river, winding through the underbrush, and I could hear the water rushing even from here. I locked the car and carried my bags to the cabin, noticing the uneven ground beneath my boots, the way the roots of trees pushed through the soil like veins. The door creaked as I opened it, the sound echoing into the empty room. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of wood polish and old smoke. Dust floated in the air, catching the fading light from outside. There was a small table near the window, a couple of chairs, a wood-burning stove, and a bed tucked in the corner. The place was simple, but it felt like a space I could claim as my own for a few days, away from everything. The first night was quiet, almost unnervingly so. I had expected it, but I wasn't fully prepared for the way the forest seemed to breathe around me. The wind whispered through the trees, tapping branches against the walls of the cabin. Owls called in the distance, their hoots echoing like they were tracking something I could not see. I lit the stove and a candle and sat at the table, unpacking my supplies and double-checking that I had everything I might need. The isolation was exactly what I wanted. And yet, as I lay down that first night, it felt too quiet. The silence pressed against my ears. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that it was just the unfamiliarity of being alone in the forest, but a part of me, small and stubborn, could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the forest itself was observing, waiting. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. I found a narrow path leading deeper into the woods, thick with underbrush and fallen leaves that crunched under my boots. Birds darted between the branches, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. I noticed how the forest seemed to change as I moved. Sunlight filtering through the canopy, shadows twisting strangely across the forest floor, the occasional glint of something metallic far off among the trees. I followed the path to a small clearing where I could see a steep drop-off leading down to a river. The water was clear, fast-moving, cold. I walked along the riverbank, stepping carefully over slick rocks, feeling the chill bite through the soles of my boots. The forest was alive here, not just in the sense of animals or birds, but in the way it felt dense and suffocating, as if every tree was leaning inward, crowding the space, narrowing my path. I returned to the cabin before sunset, aware that the shadows would lengthen quickly and that moving in the dark could be dangerous. I lit the stove again, made some food, and spent the evening examining the area more carefully from the window, taking note of every tree, every shadow, every sound that the forest made. My mind was alert, but the calm persisted. It was only a feeling, and I kept telling myself feelings were unreliable. By the third day, the isolation began to weigh on me differently. First, it was freeing. I could spend hours walking through the forest, observing everything, noticing small details I would have ignored in the city. A squirrel's fur pattern, the way moss grew on the north side of trees, the subtle shift in wind before it rained. But as the hours of solitude stretched into full days, the forest began to feel oppressive. Small things I would have ignored elsewhere started to unsettle me. A broken branch that looked like it had been bent by a person, footprints in the mud that I couldn't identify, the way shadows seemed to move just outside my line of sight. I told myself it was paranoia. I reminded myself that no one lived here, that the nearest town was miles away, that the forest had been here long before me and would remain long after. And yet, the feeling of being watched persisted. I began checking the perimeter of the cabin more carefully, looking for signs of animals or trespassers, though I found nothing. Still, each night, the wind seemed louder, the forest deeper, and the dark corners of the cabin more oppressive. By the fourth night, the tension had built up to a level I could no longer ignore. The wind had picked up, rattling the windows and whistling through the cracks in the walls. I kept the stove burning and multiple candles lit, but the light only seemed to push the darkness further into the corners. Couldn't sleep. Every sound, the creak of wood, the snap of a branch outside, the distant rush of water, made my stomach tighten. I forced myself to move slowly through the cabin, checking doors, windows, even the small attic space above the bedroom. Every step echoed against the walls. It was then I noticed something I hadn't before. A subtle pattern in the mud at the edge of the clearing outside. Footprints, but not like any animal I knew. Human footprints, small, cautious, circling the cabin before disappearing into the forest. My heart rate increased, but I reminded myself to stay calm. Panic wouldn't help. I grabbed my flashlight, checked the first aid kit, and secured the doors and windows as best I could. Hours passed. I didn't sleep. The forest noises grew louder in the night. Occasionally, I thought I heard footsteps on the path leading to the cabin, always stopping when I froze in place to listen. I spent the night crouched near the stove, flashlight in hand, waiting for first light. When morning finally came, the world seemed to shift back into normalcy. Sunlight filtered through the trees. Birds sang, and the forest felt alive again. But now it was no longer a comforting presence. It was a place of danger, uncertainty, and hidden threats. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin, stacking firewood against the walls, clearing brush around the clearing, making sure windows were secure. I scouted the paths around the cabin carefully, leaving my own markers in case I needed to find my way back quickly. The days after that were a mix of careful observation, restless exploration, and constant tension. I found more evidence that I wasn't entirely alone. Broken branches, disturbed undergrowth, fleeting shadows that vanished when I turned my head, the occasional distant sound of heavy breathing that didn't belong to the wind. Yet, there were no direct encounters, no one at the door, no shadows in the cabin. The forest had become a maze of uncertainty. I had to ration my food and water carefully, move cautiously, and sleep in short bursts, always with the flashlight within reach. On the sixth day, I finally realized the pattern of the disturbances. Whoever or whatever was moving through the forest had a rhythm. The tracks suggested a person, likely a drifter or someone familiar with the woods. They weren't aggressive, at least not yet, but they were persistent, circling the cabin, testing the boundaries. I decided I had to act not out of fear, but out of necessity. I marked a path through the woods that led toward the main road. I packed enough supplies for the trip and waited until just before dusk. My heart pounded with every step I took along the forest path, but I kept moving, careful to stay quiet and alert. Branches snagged my jacket. Roots threatened to trip me, but I pushed on, driven by the determination to leave the cabin and the forest behind. The trek was grueling. Darkness fell faster than I expected. The forest seemed to close in around me. I could hear the faint sound of footsteps behind me, but I kept moving, refusing to look back. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I reached a clearing where I could see the faint lights of the road in the distance. Relief surged through me. I ran the last stretch, emerging onto the road, breathless, mud-streaked, exhausted. I waved down a passing car and accepted the ride to the nearest town. In the safety of civilization, the forest and the cabin began to shrink in my memory, but the tension remained. I never returned to that cabin, and I never I had been driving through the mountains for hours, the kind of roads that twist and turn through narrow valleys, lined by thick pine forests on either side. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, sharp and fresh, the kind of air that makes you feel alive even when your muscles are stiff from hours of sitting behind the wheel. My plan had been simple. Get away for a week, unplug, and spend a few days in a small cabin I had rented through a website for remote lodges. I had checked it thoroughly online. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin tucked into the side of a hill, with a creek running nearby and no other houses visible for miles. The isolation was precisely what I wanted, away from people, phones, and city noise. I didn't want a vacation full of tourists or crowded lodges. I wanted emptiness. I arrived at dusk, the sun dipping below the ridges, making the forest shadows grow long and dark. The cabin was even more isolated than I imagined. A narrow dirt road led to a small clearing, and there it stood, small and unassuming, with a steep roof and wooden siding that had weathered to gray. The windows were dark, reflecting the fading light of the sky. The creek babbled in the background, a steady sound that filled the otherwise still air. I parked my car in front and got out, the smell of wet wood and soil filling my senses. I carried my backpack to the cabin and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The interior was basic but functional. A small kitchen area with a stove and sink, a table and chairs, a wood-burning stove in the corner, and a tiny living area with a couch and a bookshelf. The bedroom was just a single room with a bed against the wall, a small dresser, and a window that faced the forest. Everything was clean, but there was a faint smell of mildew that suggested the place hadn't been used recently. I shrugged it off and started unpacking, placing my things on the dresser and setting my bag by the bed. I made a quick dinner on the stove, canned beans and rice, and sat down at the table, listening to the creek outside. The forest was completely quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. As night fell, the darkness outside became absolute. The only light came from my small lamp and the weak fire I managed to coax in the stove. The forest outside seemed larger, more alive in a way that made my skin crawl. I tried to read a book, but my mind kept wandering to the noises outside. Twigs snapping, a low rustling through the underbrush. I reminded myself that I was alone in the wilderness, and it was normal to hear wildlife at night. Deer, raccoons, maybe a fox. Nothing more. I went to bed early, trying to ignore the feeling of unease that had settled in my chest. The bed was firm, the blankets coarse, but I eventually fell asleep. I dreamed of nothing but forest shadows, of shapes moving just beyond the trees. I woke in the middle of the night to a strange sound, like someone dragging something across the ground outside. My heart jumped. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon knocking over a log or dragging food through the underbrush. I tried to fall back asleep, but my mind kept racing. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind against the siding sounded amplified, sinister. The next morning, I woke early, determined to push the fear aside. I made coffee, poured it into a metal mug, and stepped outside. The forest was quiet again, the morning light filtering through the tall trees. The creek ran clear and fast, glinting in the sunlight. I walked a short distance along the bank, taking in the serenity, telling myself the cabin was safe. I spent the day exploring the nearby area. A narrow path led through the trees, following the creek upstream. I noticed signs of wildlife, tracks in the mud, small holes dug in the ground, and the occasional bird flying overhead. Despite the beauty, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't a conscious thought, but a low, persistent sense in the pit of my stomach. I kept reminding myself that it was just my imagination, the isolation playing tricks on me. The second night was worse. The sound of movement outside returned, louder this time, more deliberate. Something brushed against the side of the cabin, slow and heavy. My stomach knotted. I stayed on the bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. The noises didn't stop. In fact, they seemed to circle the cabin, moving from one side to the other. My rational mind told me it was probably a bear or a large deer, but the weight of my fear made every rational thought hard to hold on to. I stayed awake all night, heart hammering, listening to the sounds that never fully ceased. The following day, I found marks outside the cabin. Deep scratches in the soil and bark stripped from the lower part of a tree. They were too large for deer, too random for normal wildlife. I examined them closely, taking photos with my phone, feeling a chill run down my spine. My mind immediately jumped to the possibility of humans being near. I had told no one exactly where I was, but that didn't mean someone else hadn't found the cabin. I considered leaving, but my car was several kilometers away, down a rough dirt road. Plus, the thought of hiking through the forest, potentially past whoever or whatever was out there, made me freeze with indecision. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin as best as I could. I checked the locks, made sure all doors and windows were secure, and moved heavy furniture in front of the most accessible window. The creak, once a comforting background noise, now seemed ominous, like a warning. That night, I slept lightly, one ear tuned to the slightest sound. The noises were there again, close now, almost beneath the cabin. I could hear heavy breathing through the thin walls, the occasional thump of something moving in the brush. I didn't sleep at all. By the third day, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed, and I felt constantly on edge. I rationed food carefully, filling my water bottles from the creek and boiling it to ensure it was safe. I started making plans to leave at first light, mapping the route to my car, but every time I looked out the window, I saw movement in the trees. Shadows that shouldn't have been there. I stayed mostly inside, keeping my distance from the doors and windows. The cabin, once a place of refuge, now felt like a trap. Late that afternoon, I heard something unusual, a deliberate knock at the door. Not a tap or a branch hitting the wood, but a solid knock, like someone testing if anyone was inside. My stomach turned over. My hands shook as I moved away from the door, staying by the far wall. The knocking stopped, but then I heard soft footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. My mind raced, imagining all the ways I could be attacked, all the scenarios I would have to survive. I stayed motionless, counting each step, listening to every crack of wood under weight. As night fell, the intensity of the sounds increased. Something was definitely moving around the cabin, circling, testing it, examining it. I stayed awake, holding a heavy cast iron pan from the kitchen as a weapon, ready to defend myself if needed. Hours passed like this, tension coiling my muscles until I could barely stand. The fear was exhausting, primal. I realized I had to make a choice. Stay and risk whatever was outside, or try to escape in the dark. I decided to wait until first light. Every sound in the night made my heart pound. Every shadow through the windows was terrifying. Sleep was impossible. By 4 a.m., the noises had stopped, leaving a silence so complete it was almost unbearable. I stayed in the shadows, waiting, until the first streaks of light pierced the trees. When morning finally arrived, I moved quickly. I packed my bag, leaving nothing behind that might slow me down, and slipped out the back door. The forest seemed deceptively calm, the shadows less threatening in daylight. I moved quickly along a narrow trail, trying to avoid making noise but constantly glancing over my shoulder. My mind was on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent me into instant fear. I kept thinking I saw someone moving just beyond the trees, but whenever I paused to look, there was nothing. After nearly an hour of careful walking, I reached the road. My car was parked exactly where I had left it, a small relief in the midst of the tension. I got in, locked the doors, and drove slowly at first, checking the tree line for movement. The forest remained quiet. I increased my speed once I was confident no one was following me, my hands gripping the wheel tightly, muscles tense from the stress of the past days. Once I reached a town with gas stations and other people, I finally allowed myself to relax. I pulled over, breathing heavily, realizing my hands were shaking and my face pale. I called the rental company to report the situation. They were apologetic, saying it had been a rare case, and assured me they would investigate. I didn't wait for their investigation to finish. I left, heading back toward the city, needing human presence, lights, and the security of others. I never thought I would find myself in a situation that made me question every single choice I had ever made. But here I was, stuck in a cabin deep in the woods, completely alone, with a growing sense that something was very, very wrong. The trip had started as a simple plan, one I had been looking forward to for months. A weekend away from the city to escape the constant noise, the deadlines, the endless stream of obligations that made life feel like a loop I couldn't escape. The cabin was small, old, and rustic, the kind of place that looked like it belonged in a postcard. It was the perfect image. Wooden beams, a stone fireplace, a small porch with a view of a lake that shimmered in the late afternoon sun. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, fresh and clean, and for a while that was enough. I arrived just before sunset. The drive had been long, winding through narrow dirt roads lined with trees so dense that, even at noon, patches of the road were shrouded in shadows. I had checked the map several times and kept a small GPS device in the car, but once I turned off the main road, the trees seemed to close in around me. I kept thinking I might get lost, but the thought of the cabin being so close kept me driving. I parked at a small clearing in front of the cabin, and when I stepped out, the crunch of gravel under my boots felt unusually loud. The forest was silent in a way that felt unnatural, almost like someone had pressed a mute button over the entire area. I shrugged it off as the normal quiet of the woods and tried to focus on unpacking my car. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected, with a single story, a loft, and windows that were mostly covered with thick curtains. The wood of the cabin was aged but solid. It smelled faintly of mold mixed with pine. I opened the door and was greeted by the sound of the wooden floor creaking under my feet. Inside, the cabin was dim, lit only by the fading sunlight through the windows. There was a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, a couch, and the fireplace, which I immediately checked to make sure it was safe. Everything seemed to be in order. I started unpacking, putting my backpack on the table, laying out my clothes, and preparing a simple dinner. I was careful with the firewood, stacking it neatly beside the fireplace, and I noticed that the cabin had very few modern conveniences. No television, weak cell service, and an old, barely functional landline in the corner. First, I found it refreshing. The lack of distraction made me feel peaceful. I told myself I had needed this break, a chance to disconnect from the world, and the cabin seemed perfect. Night came quickly, the sky darkened, and the forest outside became an impenetrable wall of black. I lit a few candles around the cabin, placing them on the table and the mantel above the fireplace, and the flickering light made the shadows dance across the walls. I tried to ignore the feeling of unease that had begun to creep in, telling myself it was normal to feel a little anxious in a place this isolated. But as the night deepened, the sounds of the forest seemed louder, closer. I could hear branches scraping against the windows, the distant sound of something moving through the underbrush, and the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. I kept reminding myself that this was just nature, that animals moved through the woods at night. I went to bed early, lying in the loft above the main room. The mattress was thin and uncomfortable, but it would do. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, trying to ignore the uneasy feelings settling in my chest. Around midnight, I was awakened by a sound that made my stomach twist. It was a low, scraping noise, like someone or something was moving along the outside of the cabin walls. I froze, heart hammering, and listened. The sound stopped for a few seconds, then started again, slower this time, deliberate. I wanted to convince myself it was a tree branch, that the wind was responsible, but the movement didn't match the rhythm of the wind. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself I had locks on the doors and the windows were shut tight. I grabbed a flashlight and crept down the stairs, careful not to make a sound. The cabin felt different in the dark, the shadows deeper, the familiar corners twisting into strange shapes. I checked the windows and doors. Everything was locked, Everything seemed normal. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that the sounds outside were not of the forest at all. Hours passed with me sitting in the dim candlelight, listening. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted in and out of sleep, always waking at the slightest sound. When morning finally came, the forest outside looked calm and peaceful. Sunlight poured through the trees, birds chirped, and the cabin seemed as ordinary as ever. I felt foolish for being scared. I spent the day trying to distract myself, exploring the small area around the cabin. The lake was beautiful, clear, and cold. I walked along the shoreline, observing footprints in the mud. They were human and large, but only a few. I assumed it was someone from another cabin in the area or a hiker passing through. I didn't see anyone, and I told myself it was nothing. I collected firewood, checked the small garden patch near the cabin, and tried to settle into a routine. But that night, the scraping sounds returned, louder, more persistent. And then came the knocks, soft at first like someone tapping on the wood, then heavier, more insistent. I sat frozen in the living room, clutching a kitchen knife. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified. I considered calling the police, but my phone barely had signal, and the landline didn't connect. I was completely isolated. The hours dragged. The knocks continued, sometimes in a pattern, sometimes random. I stayed in the center of the cabin, avoiding the windows. By midnight, desperation had set in. I realized that waiting passively wasn't safe. I needed a plan. I grabbed my flashlight, a knife, and the firewood I had stacked. I checked the doors. They were still locked, but the locks were old and flimsy. I placed heavy furniture against them, reinforcing my barrier. I stayed awake for hours, waiting, listening. Around 3 in the morning, the sound of breaking would startle me. One of the outer boards had been broken, a small gap showing the blackness outside. I could see movement, a shadow slipping along the edge of the cabin. Panic set in. I ran to the loft, grabbing any remaining tools that could serve as weapons. I sat in a corner, watching, trying to make sense of the situation. Whoever or whatever was out there clearly knew the cabin was deliberate and had a purpose. I realized I wasn't just scared. I was in real danger. Morning came again, but it didn't bring relief. The front board was splintered, footprints circled the cabin, and small items inside had been moved. It was deliberate, testing me, probing. I had no way to leave without being exposed. I stayed in the loft all day, rationing water, trying to stay quiet, listening as the forest remained unnaturally still. No birds, no animals, nothing. The silence was oppressive. By the second night, exhaustion and fear had taken over completely. I barely slept, just dozing in short bursts, every sound a trigger. Then I heard it. Footsteps on the porch, slow, heavy, deliberate. I grabbed the largest piece of firewood I had, ready to defend myself. The steps stopped outside the door. I held my breath. The door shuddered under a push, then a louder force. Whoever it was had no intention of leaving. I realized I had to make a decision. I couldn't stay, and I couldn't fight someone stronger than me. I remembered the small path behind the cabin that led into denser woods. It was risky, but my only chance. I waited until I heard movement on the other side of the cabin, then bolted, running as quietly as I could through the underbrush, keeping the trees between me and the cabin. My legs burned, my lungs heaved, but adrenaline kept me going. Hours passed in the dark, the forest seeming endless. I stumbled over roots, slipped in mud, and at times thought I had lost whoever was following me. At dawn, I saw a dirt road in the distance. I ran toward it, collapsing in exhaustion when I reached it. I flagged down a passing car, my clothes soaked, my body shaking. The driver looked horrified as I explained, barely able to form sentences. Police came later. They checked the cabin. Footprints, signs of forced entry, and makeshift shelters nearby suggested someone had been watching me, maybe living in the woods, maybe planning something more sinister. I never saw the person, but the experience changed me completely. I didn't return to the cabin. The authorities said it was too remote, too risky to patrol regularly. I moved to a city far away, changed routines, and stayed vigilant. Even now, years later, I avoid isolated cabins, dense forests, and the illusion of solitude. I know now that danger can hide anywhere, and sometimes the world outside your door is far more terrifying than anything you can imagine. Even in safe places, I carry the fear that someone might be watching, testing, waiting, and every time I see a cabin deep in the woods, I remember the cold weight. I had been planning this trip for months. The cabin sat alone deep in the northern forest, miles away from any town, reachable only by a long, winding dirt road that vanished into thick trees. I had chosen it for its isolation, hoping to disconnect from the constant noise of the city, from people, from everything. I wanted to spend a week alone, reading, hiking, and simply existing without distractions. I packed carefully, making sure I had enough food, water, and essentials. I had flashlights, extra batteries, a fully stocked first aid kit, and enough firewood to last the week. Even so, I had a nagging sense of unease, the kind that creeps up slowly in your chest and never fully goes away. I told myself it was just anticipation, nothing more. The drive to the cabin was long and tedious, the road narrowing and twisting until I was driving over ruts filled with puddles of muddy water. The forest grew thicker the further I went. The sun was already low in the sky when I finally saw the cabin ahead. A small wooden structure, simple and sturdy, with a stone chimney and a porch that creaked slightly in the wind. I parked, stepped out, and breathed in the crisp air. The smell of pine was strong, almost suffocating in its purity. The isolation was immediately noticeable. There were no other cabins, no roads, no distant sounds of civilization. Only the wind, the trees, and the occasional bird. For a moment, I felt exhilarated, but the feeling quickly twisted into something heavier, more unsettling. I was truly alone. I spent the first few hours unpacking and organizing. I made a small fire in the stone fireplace, careful to arrange the logs so that it would burn steadily through the evening. I checked my supplies again, made a note of the nearby trail on the map, and walked around the cabin, familiarizing myself with my surroundings. The forest was thick, almost oppressive in its density, the trees so close together that even the daylight struggled to reach the ground. The trail I planned to hike the next day was narrow and overgrown, but it was clearly marked, at least at the start. Beyond that, it disappeared into shadowed foliage. Night came quickly, the temperature dropped sharply, and I was glad for the warm fire I had built. I ate a simple dinner, canned beans and rice warmed over the fire, and settled in with a book. Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling the trees and making the old cabin groan. Every creak and snap of wood made me jump slightly, my body tense despite my attempt to relax. I forced myself to read, to focus on the words on the page, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. I reminded myself that I was alone. There was no one else, and yet the sensation persisted. Sleep came fitfully. I woke several times, each time hearing sounds I could not immediately identify. The snapping of branches, the distant howl of an animal, the almost imperceptible scuff of something moving outside. Each time I checked the windows and doors. Everything was secure. I kept telling myself I had imagined it, that the mind plays tricks when it is isolated and tense. By the time the sun rose, I was exhausted but relieved to see light spilling through the windows. The next day, I decided to explore the trail more fully. I packed my backpack with food, water, a compass, a knife, and a small first aid kit. The trail was narrow, the ground uneven and littered with roots and fallen branches. As I walked, the forest seemed to close in around me, the tall pines and dense underbrush swallowing the path in shadow. The further I went, the more I felt a gnawing anxiety in the pit of my stomach. Every sound seemed amplified, the rustling of leaves, the creak of a branch, the occasional thud of a falling pine cone. The isolation that had felt freeing the day before now pressed on me, heavy and relentless. I reached a clearing in the trail where the trees opened up slightly, revealing a small stream. I knelt and drank some water, careful to filter it through my makeshift filter, and sat for a while to rest. The forest was eerily silent here. I had expected birds or insects, but it was almost too quiet. My nerves were fraying without my realizing it. I forced myself to stand, to continue walking, but I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced that something was following me. Every shadow seemed to move independently of the trees, and I found myself jumping at every small sound. By mid-afternoon, I had ventured farther than I intended. The trail had become less distinct, and I realized that I had lost the markers that I had been following. Panic began to rise in me. I tried to backtrack, but every turn seemed unfamiliar. The forest had become a labyrinth, each tree and branch indistinguishable from the next. My heart raced, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back, soaking my shirt. I forced myself to stop, to take deep breaths, to calm down. I consulted my map and compass repeatedly, trying to get my bearings, but the terrain made it nearly impossible. Night fell faster than I anticipated, and I found myself still lost on the trail. I had made a mental note of the stream, and I followed it, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin. The sound of running water was comforting, but as darkness deepened, it became almost menacing. I stumbled on roots and rocks, scraping my hands and knees, and the shadows around me grew long and indistinct. My flashlight illuminated only a small area ahead, leaving the rest of the forest to imagination. Every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps, every rustle of leaves like movement behind me. My anxiety mounted into terror. Eventually, I realized I would have to spend the night somewhere. There was no safe path back to the cabin in the dark, and continuing on could lead me deeper into the forest. I found a small clearing near the stream, a place I could see in all directions. I gathered sticks and dry leaves to build a small fire, hoping the light and heat would keep me safe. I worked quickly, my hands shaking from exhaustion and fear. Once the fire was lit, I sat close to it, my knife within reach, my eyes scanning the darkness. Every sound startled me. Owls hooted in the distance, and some small animal rustled through the underbrush, but it was difficult to determine what was real and what was imagined. The night was long and tense. Sleep came in brief, uneasy bursts, never more than a few minutes at a time. I remained alert, my senses straining for any sign of danger. At one point, I thought I saw a figure moving through the trees, but it disappeared before I could be sure. I realized later that it was likely just a shadow, a trick of the firelight, but in the moment, my mind had convinced me otherwise. By the time the first rays of dawn reached the clearing, I was physically and mentally drained. My body ached from the rough terrain, and my nerves were frayed from a night of constant vigilance. I waited for the morning to fully break, and then I carefully began to retrace my steps along the stream. I marked trees with small scratches and piles of rocks to make sure I would not lose my way again. Slowly, methodically, I made my way back toward where I believed the cabin to be. Hours passed, and I had to cross muddy patches, climb over fallen logs, and navigate areas where the forest floor was uneven and treacherous. Every step was exhausting, and I had to constantly remind myself to stay calm, to focus on the goal of returning to the cabin. Eventually, I saw the familiar outline of the cabin through the trees. Relief washed over me in a wave so strong that I nearly collapsed. I ran the last few hundred yards, stumbling over roots but unable to care, only thinking about the safety of the cabin. I reached the porch, leaned against the railing, and let out a long, shuddering breath. The isolation, the fear, the darkness, it was all behind me, at least for now. I brought firewood inside, lit a new fire in the stone fireplace, and prepared a meal. My hands shook as I ate, and I could barely hold the can opener steady. The rest of the week passed more quietly. I stayed close to the cabin, exploring only nearby trails, never venturing far into the dense forest again. Each day, I performed careful checks on the cabin, ensured I had sufficient supplies, and maintained the fire. I stayed vigilant, but gradually, the terror that had consumed me on that first night began to ease. I realized that the forest was not hostile in itself. It was the isolation and unpredictability that had made me feel trapped and vulnerable. I learned to respect it, to move deliberately and cautiously, to always be prepared for the unexpected. By the end of the week, I was tired but accomplished. I had survived the isolation, the fear, and the dangers of the forest. I packed my belongings carefully, checked every corner of the cabin, and prepared for the long drive back to civilization. As I left, I glanced back at the small wooden cabin standing quietly among the trees. It had seemed menacing and threatening at first, but I now saw it as a place of survival, a testament to careful planning, resilience, and attention. The drive home felt surreal. The roads that had seemed long and difficult now passed. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The stress of the city had been building slowly but steadily, like a pressure cooker ready to blow, and the idea of a week alone in a small cabin deep in the woods seemed like a perfect escape. I found the cabin online through a small rental site, nothing flashy, just a rustic place far from the nearest town, off a gravel road that twisted through dense forest for miles. When I drove up the winding path that first afternoon, the air was heavy with the smell of pine and damp earth. The sun was low, filtering through the branches in golden streaks, casting long shadows across the cabin's weathered wooden walls. It was small, with peeling brown paint and a little porch that creaked under the weight of even my careful steps. Everything about it promised solitude, and I wanted nothing more than solitude. I spent the first day unpacking, organizing my things, and exploring the small property. The cabin sat on a gentle slope, surrounded by thick trees that pressed close, creating a quiet, almost oppressive silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. I noticed a small creek at the far edge of the property, the water tumbling over smooth rocks and disappearing into the dense forest beyond. I walked down to it, took a few photos, and marveled at how untouched the place felt. Even with the quiet, I felt safe, completely removed from anything that could disturb me. That feeling of safety, I would later realize, was the first layer of danger in disguise. The first night was uneventful. I made a small fire in the fireplace, boiled some water, cooked a simple meal, and then retreated to the small bedroom. The cabin's walls were thin, and the wind rattled the windows, but it didn't bother me. I felt cocooned in isolation. I slept well, though the forest outside whispered in its own strange language, the branches scraping against each other in rhythm with the night wind. When I woke the next morning, the sun had barely reached the trees, and the forest was cloaked in a soft fog. I dressed and headed out for a hike, taking one of the trails I had found on a rough map that had been left in the cabin. The trail was narrow, littered with fallen branches and the remains of autumn leaves, and the silence was absolute, almost unnatural. There were no birds, no squirrels, just the occasional splash of water from a distant stream. It was the third day when I started to notice it. At first, it was subtle. A branch snapped when there was no wind, a sound that could have been a deer or a fox. But over time, I became aware of a pattern. Felt like I was being watched. There were footprints in the soft soil near the cabin, but when I followed them, they disappeared before they made sense. Nothing seemed deliberate, but my gut tightened. I told myself it was paranoia. I had seen enough nature documentaries to know that humans rarely enter this forest, but animals left traces everywhere, and my imagination was just making stories out of ordinary sounds. I tried to convince myself that was it. The fourth day was when things began to get worse. I had gone for a longer hike, following the creek upstream. I was trying to reach a small waterfall I had read about in a local guide, something just a couple of miles from the cabin. The forest grew denser as I went, the trees so close together that my path became more of a suggestion than a trail. The further I went, the more isolated I felt, the sunlight filtering less and less through the thick canopy. At some point, I realized I had left the trail entirely. My map was useless here, a crude sketch compared to the actual terrain, and my phone had no signal. Panic was slow at first, just a knot in my stomach, but as the minutes stretched, I realized I had no idea how to get back. I retraced my steps, but the forest seemed to shift around me. Trees that should have been familiar looked alien in the dim light, and I became acutely aware of every sound: the crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the occasional distant cry of an animal. When I finally stumbled back onto the main trail, I noticed something disturbing. The creek, which I had been following, looked different somehow. Not in shape, but in its surroundings. I could have sworn the rocks along the bank were arranged differently, or maybe it was the angle, but it made me uneasy. I told myself it was exhaustion, that my mind was playing tricks because I was stressed and hungry. I made it back to the cabin before nightfall, too drained to eat properly, too jittery to sleep soundly. Every shadow in the room felt like it was moving. Every sound in the wind felt like someone brushing against the cabin. I did my best to ignore it, reminding myself that isolation played tricks on the mind, that fear magnified every harmless noise. But fear is persistent, and it grows in the dark. That night, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. I froze, straining my ears, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was no wind, no rain, just a deliberate, slow shuffle of boots, or something with boots, on the wooden porch. I stayed very still, breath shallow, every instinct screaming at me to run. The sound stopped after a few moments, leaving only silence. I didn't move until the first light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the window. When I finally gathered the courage to step outside, there was nothing. No prints, no signs, no disturbances in the leaves near the porch. It was as if nothing had happened, but I knew what I had heard. Sleep-deprived paranoia could be cruel, but the sound had been distinct, deliberate, human. The next few days were a mix of careful observation and creeping terror. I stayed close to the cabin, checking the perimeter repeatedly, making sure no one had come onto the property. I started locking the door, even though it had a simple latch and I kept a hatchet nearby. I walked the edges of the property repeatedly, noting every tree, every rock, every point where someone could approach unnoticed. The forest that had seemed peaceful at first now felt like a predator. Every sound amplified, every shadow suspect. I began to ration food, worried that if someone was watching me, I needed to minimize my time outside. I barely ventured beyond the cabin and the creek anymore, terrified that being further into the forest made me vulnerable. Each night, the footsteps returned, sometimes around the cabin, sometimes on the porch, sometimes from deeper in the trees. Always deliberate, always human. It was the sixth night that I realized I couldn't stay. I had been trying to think rationally, trying to convince myself that it was just someone hunting or living nearby, that maybe I had trespassed unknowingly on private property. But the pattern was too precise. Whoever it was had circled the cabin at least 3 times that night, coming closer with every pass. My sense of security was gone, replaced by a gnawing, all-consuming dread. I couldn't see who it was. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and I had no flashlight powerful enough to illuminate the dense woods. I considered leaving in the dark, but I knew the forest would make that impossible without a trail, without a light, without luck. Morning came, gray and heavy. I packed as fast as I could, throwing clothes and essentials into my backpack, shoving food into a small bag. I left water bottles behind, left extra clothes, anything that would slow me down. I had one route in mind, the gravel road I had come up, hoping it would take me back to civilization. I didn't care about the creek, the trails, or the beauty of the forest anymore. I just wanted out. Every sound now made me freeze. A branch snapping, a bird taking flight, the wind moving through the trees. It all felt like a warning, a countdown. I moved quickly but cautiously, scanning constantly. My heart was in my throat the entire time. Every time I looked back, I felt sure I saw a figure in the trees, standing perfectly still, watching. But every time I focused, it was gone. Exhaustion and fear blurred my vision and thoughts. Finally, after hours of careful movement, I reached the gravel road. I didn't stop, didn't slow down, just kept moving along it, hoping for a car or a sign of life. Hours passed. My legs were sore, my back ached from the backpack, but the road kept going and I kept going. Eventually, I reached a bend and saw smoke rising in the distance. I ran toward it, desperate, and found a small rural home. I pounded on the door until a man answered. I didn't speak much, just pointed back down the road. He understood, quickly calling the police and offering me water and food. I finally allowed myself to breathe. The authorities took my statement, drove me back to the cabin, and searched the property. They found nothing, no footprints beyond what I had already seen, no evidence of anyone having been there. I left the cabin behind forever after that. I never returned. I never even looked up the rental again. Months later, the memory still made me tense. I had spent days in that forest, alone, feeling eyes on me constantly, hearing footsteps around the cabin, and knowing that someone had been there, watching. I had escaped not because I was smart, not because I was prepared, but because I had been lucky, because someone or something had let me leave. The cabin itself, the quiet, the beauty, it was gone in my mind. I had been planning this trip for months, mapping every detail of the route, listing supplies, checking weather reports, and mentally preparing myself for the isolation. The cabin I had rented was tucked deep in the woods, far from the main road, and completely off the grid. The idea of being alone in a place so removed from civilization both excited me and, in some corners of my mind, made me uneasy. I told myself the unease was natural, that it was part of the thrill, part of the adventure. I had been hiking and camping alone for years, but something about this particular place felt different. It wasn't just remote. It was enclosed in dense, dark woods, and the air seemed heavier there, thicker somehow, as though it resisted intrusion. The drive up to the cabin was longer than I expected. My GPS lost signal halfway through, leaving me with nothing but the map I had printed weeks ago. The road narrowed into gravel and dirt, overgrown on the sides, with roots and rocks threatening to jolt the car out of control at any moment. I slowed down, gripping the steering wheel tightly, glancing at the trees pressing close to the edges of the road, their dark trunks lined like silent sentinels. Occasionally, I would see the glint of a bird's eye reflecting the sunlight, or a fox darting across the path, reminding me I was not completely alone. Still, the forest seemed unnervingly quiet, as though it were holding its breath, waiting for something. When I finally spotted the cabin through a thin clearing, I felt a mix of relief and trepidation. It was old but solid, made of rough-hewn logs, with a steep roof and a chimney that hadn't smoked in a long time. Moss had crept along the roof edges, and the wood around the windows had begun to gray with age. Yet it looked sturdy, capable of keeping out the elements, and more importantly, providing a sense of safety. I parked the car on a small, uneven clearing and unloaded my gear, feeling the crunch of dried leaves under my boots. The sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows that made the trees appear taller and darker, almost looming. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood, dust, and a faint hint of mildew. It was simple, almost bare, with a small kitchen area, a wood-burning stove, a rough table with a couple of chairs, and a loft above that would serve as the sleeping area. I unpacked my things, arranging them neatly, checking the stove and fireplace, making sure I had enough firewood. The small windows framed the dense forest outside, and I could see the shadows stretching as the evening crept in. I lit the stove, feeling the immediate warmth, and settled in, trying to shake off the slight unease that had been growing all afternoon. As night fell, the forest seemed to press closer to the cabin. Every creak of the floorboards, every snap of a twig outside, made me tense. I had spent years alone in nature, and I knew the sounds I was hearing were likely just animals, or the settling of the cabin's old wood. Still, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was watching, something patient and deliberate. I went through my checklist: windows locked, stove secure, fire burning. My rational mind reminded me I was being paranoid, yet the tight knot in my stomach refused to loosen. Around midnight, the wind picked up, rustling the treetops, making the branches scrape against the roof. I woke to a sound at the edge of my awareness, a faint thump outside, followed by silence. I held my breath, straining to hear anything else. Then came another thump, closer this time, followed by a dragging sound. My heart hammered in my chest, and I forced myself to think logically. It could be a deer, a raccoon, or a branch falling, yet the dragging sound seemed too deliberate for that. I kept the fire going, its orange glow casting long shadows, giving me some comfort. The night stretched endlessly, each sound amplified. The hoot of an owl, the snap of a branch, the distant howl of some animal. All became part of a tense rhythm that kept me alert. I tried to distract myself, checking my supplies, rearranging the cabin, but the noises outside refused to stop. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the shadows outside the window, a vague shape that melted back into the darkness as soon as I focused on it. My instincts screamed that something was out there, something human, something that did not belong. By morning, the tension had not eased. I brewed coffee and ate breakfast, sitting by the small table, staring out the window into the dense forest. I decided to explore the area around the cabin, to make myself familiar with the surroundings, and perhaps see if there was any logical explanation for the sounds from the night before. The forest was thick, the ground uneven, covered in leaves, moss, and fallen branches. I walked slowly, listening, scanning every tree line, every shadow. It was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that made your own movements sound intrusive. I discovered footprints near the edge of the clearing, too large and irregular for a deer, with an impression that suggested someone had dragged something heavy. My heart sank. These weren't animal tracks. Someone had been near the cabin while I slept. The thought of another human being out there, unknown and possibly dangerous, made every hair on my body stand on end. I traced the tracks carefully, noting their direction. They led deeper into the forest. I returned to the cabin, closing and securing every door and window, feeling increasingly isolated and vulnerable. Over the next 2 days, I took precautions. I kept the fire going, kept my gear close, and avoided wandering too far. The tracks reappeared intermittently, sometimes near the cabin, sometimes leading away into the woods. I considered leaving, but the nearest road was miles away, and the forest made it impossible to navigate quickly without risk. I stayed alert, sleeping in short bursts, waking at every sound. The forest had become a living entity in my mind, each tree a potential hiding place, each shadow a threat. On the third night, the noises escalated. Thumps, dragging, and now the sound of something scraping against the side of the cabin. I stayed in the loft, fire at my back, keeping my eyes on the windows. The scraping continued for hours, relentless and methodical, as though the person or thing outside was testing the cabin, looking for weaknesses. I tried to calm myself, telling myself to stay rational, but rationality felt fragile, insufficient. By early morning, the noises ceased, leaving a heavy, oppressive silence. I left the cabin cautiously, scanning the perimeter. There were no footprints, no signs of disturbance except for minor scratches on the logs, deep enough to suggest deliberate effort. It was clear someone had been there, yet they had vanished. I took note of every detail, the angle of the scratches, the direction they had come from, the absence of footprints leading away. It was unnerving, the precision and intent implied by these marks. The following days were a mixture of vigilance and exhaustion. I rationed my food, kept the fire going, and explored small areas around the cabin, always alert for signs of movement. I found remains of small campsites, evidence of previous visitors who had stayed for short periods, but no clear indication of who had approached the cabin at night. My imagination tried to fill the gaps, but I forced myself to focus on facts, on what I could observe and document. By the end of the week, I had developed a strict routine. I only ventured out during daylight, always keeping the cabin within sight. I reinforced the doors and windows as best I could, moving heavy furniture to block entry points. The tension remained, but I learned to manage it, using constant activity to keep my mind sharp. Each night, the sounds were less frequent, less deliberate, almost as though whoever had approached the cabin had lost interest or moved on. When it came time to leave, I packed my things carefully, taking note of every detail of the cabin and the surrounding area. I left extra supplies hidden in a nearby hollow for anyone who might need them, a small gesture born from a mix of practicality and cautious optimism. The walk back to the car felt surreal, the forest no longer menacing but empty and vast, almost indifferent. I drove back slowly, glancing at the tree line, half expecting to see a figure watching, but there was nothing. Returning to civilization was a relief. I felt a lingering unease, a residue of tension that had built over the week, but I also felt a profound sense of accomplishment. I had faced fear, isolation, and the unknown, and I had navigated it through observation, caution, and patience. I knew the experience would remain with me, not as a haunting memory, but as a lesson in vigilance, awareness, and resilience. The cabin, the forest, and the silence had tested me in ways no casual trip ever could, and I had come through it stronger, wiser, and deeply aware of the thin line between safety and vulnerability in the wilderness. Even now, I think about that week, the precise details of the cabin, the forest, the tracks, and the noises. I remember the weight of the night pressing in. I had planned this trip for months. The thought of leaving the city behind, escaping the constant noise, the rush, and the endless lights had become almost an obsession. I wanted a place far from everything, somewhere I could feel truly alone, where the silence was so heavy I could almost touch it. That was how I found the cabin. It was an old wooden structure, tucked deep in a dense forest, a few hours' drive from the nearest town. From the photos online, it looked charming, isolated, weathered, but still sturdy, a place where I could disappear for a week with nothing but the essentials I packed. I had driven for hours, down narrow roads that twisted through mountains and thick woods. At some point, the asphalt ran out, and I found myself bouncing along a gravel track, the trees closing in on both sides until the sunlight barely reached the ground. By the time I pulled into the small clearing where the cabin rested, the sky was dipping toward a soft, golden hue, the kind of light that makes the forest glow warmly but also casts long, stretching shadows. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not the pleasant quiet of a park or a secluded beach, but the kind that presses against your chest, the absence of human noise amplified by the constant, almost imperceptible sounds of the forest. The faint rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of a branch, the soft hum of insects. Felt like stepping into another world. The cabin itself was small, made of weathered logs, with a steep roof that had patches of moss and a thin chimney curling smoke from a small fire someone had left burning for the next guest. The windows were dusty, and the door creaked alarmingly as I pushed it open, revealing a simple interior. A single room with a wood stove, a bed with a thin mattress, a small table, and shelves with old, dusty jars. There was a faint smell of smoke and wood, mixed with something earthy, almost damp. I spent the first few hours unpacking, setting my bag down, arranging my few supplies, and exploring the immediate surroundings. The forest pressed close on all sides, trees towering and dense, with underbrush thick enough to make it hard to see more than a few feet in any direction. There was a small path leading away from the cabin, barely visible, and a creek that babbled somewhere behind a thick wall of pines. The air was sharp with the scent of pine and wet soil. Everything seemed ordinary, peaceful even. But as the light faded, I started noticing things that made my stomach tighten. The forest wasn't silent. It was filled with movement. Small things at first. The occasional rustle, the blink of an eye between the trees, the soft, deliberate crunch of something stepping on dry leaves, far enough away that it could be a deer or something else. My mind told me it was probably nothing, that the sounds were normal in a forest at dusk. But the instinctual unease didn't fade. Night came quickly. The cabin was small, and once the door was closed, the shadows seemed to stretch and shift along the walls. I built a fire in the stove, hoping the warmth and light would push back the feeling that the forest was pressing closer. It helped a little, but I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves outside made my heart jump. I tried to stay calm, telling myself the cabin was on a private property, that I was safe, that no one had reason to be here. I had brought a flashlight and my phone, though the signal was weak, patchy at best. I considered leaving a message with a friend before nightfall, but the signal failed before I could send it. The first night passed without incident, though sleep came fitfully. I woke several times to sounds from outside, shadows moving just beyond the reach of the firelight, and the constant pressure of the forest seeming to press against the cabin walls. By morning, the unease hadn't faded. The forest in daylight was easier to dismiss. The shadows retreated, the rustling revealed themselves as squirrels or birds, and the dense green felt less threatening. I decided to explore, taking the narrow path behind the cabin. It led uphill through thick underbrush, and as I walked, I felt the forest's weight around me. The sounds of wildlife were constant but subtle, the chirp of birds, the rustle of small mammals. But the deeper I went, the more I realized how isolated I truly was. There were no other cabins, no trails, no signs of human life. By late afternoon, I had returned, my legs sore, my clothes scratched from branches, but satisfied with the solitude. I built a larger fire in the stove that night, stacked some extra wood I had found around the clearing, and tried to settle into the rhythm of cabin life. I cooked a simple meal over the flames, watched the fire, and felt some of the tension ease. That was when I first noticed the footprints. They were faint at first, partially covered by leaves and debris, but distinct, heavy, almost human, leading from the edge of the forest toward the cabin. My stomach dropped. I stepped outside, scanning the tree line, flashlight in hand. Nothing moved, but the tracks were there, clearly coming from the woods. They didn't resemble animal prints. I traced them toward the edge of the clearing. They stopped abruptly near the tree line, as if whoever or whatever had made them had vanished into the forest. I felt a prickle of fear but tried to rationalize. Maybe a hiker had passed by, maybe hunters. But the deeper part of my mind whispered that no one would wander here after dark. Not without a vehicle, not without reason. I spent the next few hours on edge. Every sound made me tense. I checked the locks, moved closer to the door, and kept the fire alive. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I managed to sleep, though I woke often, haunted by imagined movement outside. The next day, I tried to distract myself with chores, collecting firewood, checking the creek, photographing the forest. As I wandered farther from the cabin, I saw evidence of someone else's presence. A torn piece of cloth caught on a branch, disturbed soil, broken twigs forming rough patterns on the ground, as if someone had passed this way recently. The isolation that had initially drawn me now felt threatening. I realized how vulnerable I was. There was no easy escape, no neighbors, no chance to call for help. By evening, the sense of being watched had intensified. I fortified the cabin as best I could. I blocked windows with whatever I could find, kept the door locked and barricaded, and kept a heavy branch inside near my bed. I didn't hear footsteps this night, but I could feel them, or at least the awareness that someone could be moving through the forest around me. The forest seemed to breathe in sync with me, shadows stretching into corners, shapes appearing at the edge of vision. I reminded myself constantly that I was alone, that no one had to be here, but the unease gnawed at me. I spent hours pacing the cabin, checking outside, examining the perimeter by flashlight, ensuring every door was secure. It was on the third night that the encounter happened. Around midnight, I woke to a low, deliberate sound, almost like breathing, outside the cabin. My heart hammered as I pressed my face to the window. There, just beyond the firelight spilling from the cabin, I saw a figure crouched, motionless, staring at the cabin. It was difficult to make out details, but it was clearly human-shaped, too large for a deer, too still for any animal. I couldn't see a face, only the silhouette against the faint moonlight breaking through the trees. My mind raced. I had considered all sorts of scenarios, the idea that someone had been tracking me since I arrived, that they had been following the faint tracks I had discovered. Panic surged, but I tried to stay calm. I retreated to a corner, grabbed my flashlight, and pointed it toward the figure. There was no reaction. I flicked it on and off repeatedly. The figure didn't move. My pulse hammered in my ears. I felt trapped. The fire provided some comfort, but the human presence outside erased any sense of safety. Hours passed. I didn't sleep. I kept the cabin lit, kept checking the perimeter, and made a plan in case the figure tried to break in. At dawn, the figure was gone, leaving no trace. I scoured the perimeter, looking for footprints, disturbances, anything, but nothing was there. My relief was tempered by the realization that whoever it was had watched me for hours, perhaps all night, and I had no way of knowing if they would return. The next day, I packed my essentials, filled my water bottles, and decided to leave. I retraced my route through the forest, keeping a sharp eye on every movement, every shadow, every sound. The sense of being followed persisted, though I never saw anyone. When I reached the gravel road leading back to civilization, I felt a strange mix of relief and lingering fear. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see the figure emerge from the trees, but nothing appeared. By the time I reached the town, the feeling had ebbed enough for me to relax. I stopped at a small diner, tried to eat, and watched the forested roads from the window, realizing how close I had come to a situation I could not have predicted. I never went back to the cabin. I told myself it was a valuable lesson about isolation, about how vulnerable one can be when alone in a place with no immediate escape or help. I had planned the trip for months. I needed the isolation, the silence, the kind of solitude that makes you confront yourself. Life in the city had been unbearable. The constant noise, the endless responsibilities, the stress of work, the suffocating feeling of being trapped in a space that never belonged to me. It was all too much. I found a listing online for a small cabin in the mountains, far from anything resembling civilization. The pictures showed a sturdy wooden structure, surrounded by thick pine trees, with a creek running nearby and a dirt road that led up to it. The place seemed perfect. It wasn't fancy, and it certainly wasn't luxurious, but it had exactly what I wanted. Isolation. I drove for hours, leaving the city behind. The highways gave way to winding mountain roads, steep and narrow, with cliffs on one side and dense forest on the other. The air grew colder and the smell of pine became stronger. My phone lost signal somewhere along the way, and I realized I wouldn't be reachable for a few days. At first, I felt a pang of worry about being so disconnected, but then a sense of relief settled over me. No messages, no calls, no interruptions. Just me and the wilderness. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was low, casting long shadows across the forest. The cabin was exactly as it appeared in the photos. A single story, made of dark, weathered wood, with a small porch and a rusty metal roof. A stone chimney protruded from one side, and smoke curled lazily into the sky. The surrounding forest was dense, the trees towering and thick, the underbrush tangled and wild. There was a small clearing around the cabin, but even that was overgrown in places. A narrow path led down to the creek I had seen in the pictures. I parked my car and stepped out. The air was cold and crisp, and it smelled like wet leaves and pine needles. I unloaded my gear, a backpack with food, water, warm clothes, and a first aid kit, a stack of firewood I had bought on the way, and my flashlight. I walked up to the cabin's door and tried the handle. It was locked, as expected. The keys were in the lockbox, and I used the code I had been given. The door creaked as it opened, revealing a small interior. There was a living room with a worn couch, a coffee table, and a wood-burning stove. A small kitchen area with a gas stove, a sink, and a few cabinets sat in one corner. A single hallway led to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Everything was basic but functional. The place smelled faintly of damp wood and cleaning products, and I immediately felt a mix of relief and unease. It smelled lived in, but not in the comforting way of someone's home. It was the smell of a place rarely occupied, where the owner came only for short stays. I unpacked my things and started a fire in the stove. The flames crackled and lit up the cabin, casting shadows that danced on the walls. Outside, the forest seemed alive, even in the fading light. I could hear the creek running down below, the wind rustling through the trees, and the distant calls of birds settling in for the night. I had expected peace, but there was a tension in the air I hadn't anticipated. The forest felt too quiet in places, and every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me tense. I reminded myself that this was normal. Animals moved through the forest, and the wind made sounds that were easy to mistake for movement. Still, a small knot of unease sat in my stomach. Night fell quickly. I ate a simple meal warmed over the stove and sat near the fire. The shadows were long and sharp, stretching across the cabin. I listened to the creak and the wind, telling myself again and again that everything was normal, that I was safe. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was irrational, of course. There was no reason for anyone to be here, but the feeling persisted. I decided to check the perimeter. I grabbed my flashlight and walked around the cabin. The trees were close, thick, and unyielding. The forest floor was uneven, covered in leaves, fallen branches, and rocks. The creek glimmered in the flashlight beam, the water moving faster than it had appeared from the cabin. I walked slowly, listening to every sound. Everything seemed normal. There were no footprints other than mine, no signs of recent human activity. Just the forest, ancient and unchanging. I returned to the cabin, locked the doors, and sat by the fire again. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that the isolation was exactly what I had wanted. But sleep did not come easily. Every sound seemed amplified in the quiet of the mountains. The wind made branches scrape against the roof. The creek gurgled and churned. My imagination, fueled by the isolation and darkness, started to create shapes in the shadows. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the trees, a dark shape slipping between the trunks. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. But even as I convinced myself, a part of me remained tense, watching, waiting. The next day, I woke early. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. I decided to explore the area. I walked along the creek, following it as it wound through the trees. The water was clear, and I could see fish swimming beneath the surface. The forest was beautiful in the light, serene almost, but still it carried a weight. I felt it pressing in around me, the sense of isolation growing stronger with every step. Hours passed. I collected some firewood, took photos of the creek, and made notes in my journal. The solitude was working its effect. I was alert, hyper-aware of my surroundings, noticing details I would have ignored in the city. But there was also a creeping anxiety. Every bird call, every rustle, every crack of a branch sounded sharper, more deliberate. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the small tasks of surviving. Gathering wood, keeping the fire going, keeping food stored safely, and ensuring the cabin was secure. That night, the wind picked up. It rattled the cabin, making the roof groan and the windows shiver. I lay in bed, listening to it, feeling the unease in my chest deepen. Around midnight, I heard something else. A sound that did not belong to the wind or the creek. A faint scraping, like metal or wood being dragged across stone. I froze, straining my ears. Came again, faint, deliberate. I reminded myself that no one should be here. The nearest road was a 20-minute drive, and there was no reason for anyone to be walking through the forest at night. Still, the sound persisted, irregular but unmistakable. It was coming from the edge of the clearing, near the tree line. My heart pounded, and I debated whether to investigate. Part of me wanted to call the authorities, but I had no signal. Another part wanted to stay in the cabin and wait for daylight. I chose the latter. I watched the shadows, listening, tense but unable to see anything clearly. Eventually, the sound stopped, leaving only the wind and the creek. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by imagined movements outside. The next morning, I woke with a sense of unease I couldn't shake. I inspected the cabin thoroughly, checking doors and windows. Everything was intact. But outside, near the edge of the clearing, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Faint footprints in the dirt. They were small, boot-like, and they led from the tree line toward the cabin, stopping near the door. My stomach sank. Someone had been here, someone I hadn't seen. I traced the prints with my eyes, noting their path back into the forest. I realized that whoever it was had stayed hidden, moving carefully, avoiding detection. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I documented the prints in my journal, noting the direction, size, and depth. I decided to stay inside, fortifying the cabin as best I could. I secured the doors and windows, piling furniture against them where possible. I loaded the stove with wood and made sure I had my flashlight and emergency supplies ready. I also made a mental note of all possible escape routes through the front door, back door, and even a small window in the bedroom. I knew the forest offered many hiding spots, so I couldn't rely on seeing anyone clearly until they were close. The thought made me hyper-aware, every sound amplified. Days passed. I stayed mostly inside, venturing out only during daylight and only when necessary. I moved silently, checking the perimeter constantly. Every time I went outside, I found new signs. More footprints, broken branches, the faint smell of smoke from a distant fire. It became clear that someone had been in the area before me and was still nearby. I began to hear voices on the wind, faint but human. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched became unbearable. My food supply dwindled faster than expected because I was too afraid to go to the nearest store, 20 minutes away, along narrow mountain roads. I considered leaving, but the thought of driving in the dark on those roads while someone might be nearby was terrifying. I was trapped between I had been driving for hours, the highway stretching endlessly through the dense pine forests that marked the beginning of the remote mountains. My plan was simple. I wanted to spend a week alone in a cabin I had rented far away from the nearest town. I had always found peace in solitude, in the way the wind moved through trees, in the sound of a river rushing over stones, in the smell of damp earth after rain. But I was about to discover how fragile that peace could be when isolation becomes absolute and human error meets unforgiving nature. The sun was low in the sky when I finally reached the dirt road that led to the cabin. The map I had printed from a website was crude, showing only a winding path through the forest with a small icon marking my destination. The last mile was the worst. The road had not been maintained for years, I realized, and rocks the size of fists jutted from the dirt, forcing me to slow to a crawl. The suspension of my car protested, groaning and shuddering as I drove over roots and patches of hardened mud. Shadows from the tall pines stretched across the path, their black lines shifting as the wind rustled their needles. There was a stillness in the air that I hadn't expected. No birds, no insects, not even the rustling of small animals. It was a silence so dense it almost felt like it pressed against my ears. When I finally arrived, the cabin appeared as though it had grown out of the forest itself. Its dark timber walls were weathered, and moss clung to the shingles. The porch sagged slightly on one side, and I could see the remains of an old fire pit where the wood had blackened and cracked. Despite the rustic appearance, the cabin had the sense of stability I had hoped for. The door opened without difficulty, revealing the interior. A small but functional living space with a wood-burning stove, a table, a couple of chairs, and a bed in a corner. There was a small kitchenette, though the appliances were basic, and a bathroom with a shower. A single window looked out toward a narrow clearing, beyond which the forest rose again. The air inside smelled faintly of pine and dust, but it was dry and not unpleasant. I spent the next hour unpacking and preparing the cabin for my stay. I stacked firewood neatly beside the stove, arranged my food and water supplies, and made sure my phone was charged. I knew there was no cell signal in the area, but I had brought a satellite communicator for emergencies. As the sun set, I lit the stove, its warmth spreading through the cabin and filling the room with the smell of burning wood. Outside, the shadows deepened, and the forest became a wall of black shapes. The wind had picked up, and I could hear the trees creaking under its force. I told myself I would go to bed early. Tomorrow I planned to explore the area and maybe hike to the small river I had seen on the map. That night I slept fitfully. The unfamiliar sounds of the forest outside made me jump awake more than once. The snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the occasional thump of something heavy moving through the underbrush. By morning, I was tired but determined to make the most of my first full day. I brewed coffee on the stove, ate a simple breakfast, and packed a small bag with water, snacks, a flashlight, and my first aid kit. The sky was clear, and the air had that crisp, pine-scented freshness that made the lungs feel alive. I stepped outside, closing the cabin door behind me, and set off along a narrow trail that seemed to have been used infrequently. The trail wound through thick undergrowth and uneven ground. I moved carefully, aware of the risk of twisting an ankle or stepping on something sharp. There were patches where the ground had eroded, leaving small cliffs and exposed roots. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird and the distant sound of water, which I assumed was the river. I was enjoying the solitude when I noticed a faint line of smoke rising far ahead. At first, I thought it was a campfire from another traveler, but the trail seemed too remote for anyone else to be here. I dismissed it and continued walking, but the smoke lingered in my mind. By midday, I reached the river. It was narrower than I had imagined, with clear water rushing over smooth stones. I sat on a boulder at the edge, taking in the scene, listening to the current, and feeling the sun warm my shoulders. The forest seemed to close in around me, but the sound of water gave a strange sense of safety. I drank some water and ate a small snack, careful to keep my trash packed away so as not to attract animals. After an hour, I decided to head back to the cabin before the light faded. On the way, I thought I saw movement among the trees, a large shape shifting quickly, but by the time I focused, it was gone. My mind played tricks, I told myself. Still, I quickened my pace. The second night was worse than the first. Around 10 o'clock, the wind picked up dramatically. The cabin creaked and moaned under its pressure. I had the stove going, but the firelight seemed small and weak against the darkness pressing against the windows. Then I heard something. At first, I thought it was just the branches, but the sound was too regular, deliberate. A thumping on the roof, soft but distinct, followed by a scraping against the cabin's side. My heart began to race. I moved to the window cautiously and looked out, but the darkness swallowed everything beyond the small porch light I had placed outside. My breath came fast. I considered calling for help, but I remembered my phone had no signal. I checked the satellite communicator. There was a weak connection, but I didn't want to alert anyone unless it became urgent. I spent the rest of the night sitting close to the stove, holding a flashlight and listening. Every time a branch fell or the wind moved a tree, I flinched. The noises outside continued intermittently until dawn. I did not sleep again that night, and by morning I was exhausted. I decided I would leave the cabin the next day, or at least drive back down the mountain to a safer place. The following morning, I packed a small bag with essentials, intending to walk down the road toward my car before taking the final stretch to the main highway. But when I stepped outside, I found the forest had changed subtly overnight. The ground was littered with broken branches and flattened underbrush, as if something had passed through in the dark. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a deer, maybe a bear, but the pattern seemed too organized for an animal. I shivered and walked quickly down the trail. Halfway to the car, I tripped over a root and fell hard, twisting my ankle. Pain shot up my leg, and I realized I could not walk properly. Panic set in as I considered my options. I could try to limp back to the cabin, but it was several miles, and the terrain was uneven. I could try to call for help, but the signal was weak. I sat on a rock, breathing hard, and weighed my choices. Then I remembered the satellite communicator. I turned it on and sent a message with my location and the situation. The device confirmed that help had been notified. I felt a tiny sense of relief. Hours passed. The pain in my ankle worsened, and my leg began to swell. The sun moved lower, casting long shadows, and I realized I had been sitting there far too long. Then I heard it again, footsteps on the trail behind me. Slow, deliberate, crunching over the leaves and sticks. I froze, straining to see in the deepening shadows. The steps came closer. My heart hammered. Whoever or whatever it was, they had not moved like an animal. The pattern, the timing was human. I felt trapped, exposed. I tried to make myself appear larger and more threatening by waving the flashlight, but the steps stopped. Silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sound retreated, fading into the distance. My relief was immediate, though my body remained tense. I stayed there until the footsteps disappeared completely. By nightfall, I could hear the distant wail of a rescue helicopter. I had been immobilized too far from the cabin to walk, but the helicopter tracked my location thanks to the satellite signal. They dropped a rope, and 2 rescuers helped me secure myself. The rotor wash of the helicopter sent leaves and twigs spinning around me. The liftoff was jerky, my injured ankle pulling painfully against the harness, but within minutes I was in the air, looking down at the dark forest and the small cabin that had been my home for a brief, terrifying week. I could see the river glinting in the moonlight, the narrow trails, the broken branches. Everything looked peaceful from above, beautiful even, yet I knew what had happened there. The fear, the isolation, the vulnerability could not be undone. Once I was on solid ground and receiving medical attention, I learned that the area had a history of hikers and cabin-goers disappearing for days. Bears, while common, were usually shy and avoided humans. There had been cases of people following trails and ending up lost for hours or being immobilized by injuries, with no one nearby for miles. I realized that while I had been lucky, my fear had not been imagined. It had been real, the product of isolation and the awareness of human limitations in the wilderness. The responders patched my ankle, gave me water and food, and I finally felt the first sense of safety I had felt in days. In the weeks that followed, I healed physically, but the experience lingered. I had been planning the trip for months, marking it on my calendar, saving money, and checking maps over and over again. The idea was simple: a few days alone in a cabin deep in the woods, far from the noise of the city. No internet, no distractions, just me and the quiet. I had driven through the forest roads countless times in my mind, imagining the way the trees would close in on either side of the narrow, uneven path, the smell of pine and damp earth, the sound of my footsteps on the gravel driveway leading up to the cabin. But nothing could have prepared me for what actually unfolded once I finally arrived. The cabin was small, older than I expected from the photos online, with dark brown logs and a steep roof that looked like it had survived decades of storms. The windows were single pane, slightly warped, and the porch creaked under my weight as I approached. It was isolated, truly isolated. No neighbors in sight, and the only road back to civilization was at least a 20-minute drive over uneven dirt paths that I could barely trust in the rain. I had chosen this place for the solitude, the sense of being cut off from everything, but as I parked my car, a strange tension started to coil in my stomach. The first few hours were fine. I unpacked my bags, lit the small gas stove to make some soup, and explored the cabin. There were 3 small rooms, a tiny kitchen, a modest living area, and a bedroom in the back. Everything smelled faintly of mildew and old wood, but it had character. Outside, the forest pressed against the cabin on all sides, thick and dark. I could hear the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional snap of a branch. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful, like the kind of quiet that wraps around you and waits. I told myself I was just imagining things, that I had come here to escape noise and stress, and now I was letting my mind play tricks. The first night passed without incident. I slept fitfully, waking a few times to the wind banging against the windows and the low hum of the old refrigerator in the corner. When I woke in the morning, the sun was just spilling through the trees, painting long shadows across the floor. I made coffee, ate a simple breakfast, and decided to hike the small trail behind the cabin. The trail was narrow, covered in fallen leaves, and seemed almost forgotten. The deeper I walked, the quieter it became, until even the birds seemed to have vanished. Every step I took made me feel smaller, like the forest was swallowing me bit by bit. I passed old trees with bark twisted into unnatural shapes, and fallen logs that blocked the path. At one point, I had to climb over a wide, moss-covered log that had rotted on one side. The smell of damp decay filled my nose, but I pushed forward. I wanted to see how far I could go before the forest became truly untamed. I didn't realize until later that I had been walking in circles. The trail seemed to repeat itself. Trees looked the same, moss-covered rocks reappeared, and the sound of running water that I thought was nearby kept fading into the distance. A creeping sense of unease began to settle in, but I tried to push it aside. After all, I had been alone in the woods before, and nothing had happened. Still, when I finally spotted the cabin again, I realized it was farther than it should have been. My sense of direction, usually reliable, felt completely off. That evening, I tried to calm myself. I lit the stove again, prepared a small dinner, and sat in the living room, listening to the wind. But the feeling of being watched was growing. I couldn't explain it. No shadows moved in unnatural ways. No sounds came from inside the cabin. But there was a presence in the periphery of my awareness. Every rustle of leaves outside, every crack from the wooden floorboards, set my nerves on edge. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure. I told myself that my imagination was just heightened because of isolation, that it was normal to feel paranoid after being alone for a day. By the third day, the tension had built into something almost physical. I woke before sunrise to an eerie quiet. No birds, no wind, no distant rustling. It was as if the forest had stopped moving. I got up and walked outside, hoping to see some wildlife, but nothing stirred. The trail behind the cabin, which I had planned to explore further, seemed darker, almost hostile. The trees leaned in, their branches interlocking overhead, forming an oppressive canopy. I felt a strange compulsion to turn back. As I walked, I noticed something odd on the ground. Footprints in the mud, too large for any animal I recognized. They were spaced oddly, like someone had taken deliberate steps. My stomach tightened. I hadn't seen another person, and there was no road nearby. I returned to the cabin, trying to convince myself that I had imagined the footprints. I locked the doors, checked the windows, and sat down with a flashlight and a knife I kept in my bag. I kept hearing things. Small scratches at the edge of the cabin, soft thumps against the roof, the crunch of leaves just outside the window. Each sound made my heart jump. I stayed awake most of the night, watching shadows through the windows, too alert to sleep. By the time the morning sun came, I was exhausted, but the sense of danger hadn't left me. The next day, I decided to leave. I packed everything quickly, loaded the car, and double-checked the driveway. The forest, in the bright daylight, seemed less threatening, but the footprints I had seen earlier lingered in my mind. As I drove down the dirt road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, emerging from the trees. But there was nothing. I tried to tell myself that the tension, the paranoia, the feelings of being watched were all in my head. After all, I had been alone in the wilderness before without incident. It wasn't until I had driven for about 10 minutes that I noticed something unusual. My headlights picked up shapes at the edge of the road, figures standing still among the trees. I squinted, trying to see clearly. They were human-shaped, tall and motionless, just standing there, facing the road. I slammed my foot on the gas and tried not to look directly at them. They didn't move as I passed. I didn't stop, not even for a second. The fear was raw and immediate, the kind of fear that makes your chest tighten and your hands sweat. I kept driving until I reached a paved road, a familiar landmark, and finally felt my pulse begin to slow. When I got back to civilization, I stopped at a small store to get water and catch my breath. I told the cashier I had been out hiking in the woods and needed a drink. My hands were shaking, my mind replaying every sound, every shadow, every footprint. I couldn't explain what I had seen or why I had felt such intense fear, but one thing was clear. I wasn't going back to that cabin. I didn't even want to think about it. In the days following, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the footprints belonged to hunters or loggers. Maybe the figures in the trees were just strangers passing through the woods. But I knew deep down that the feeling of being watched, of being stalked even when I couldn't see anyone, had been real. The isolation of the cabin, the oppressive silence, the strange patterns of the forest, they had combined to create an almost unbearable psychological pressure. I realized that solitude in the wilderness is not always peaceful, can be sharp, suffocating, and sometimes dangerous in ways you can't predict. Eventually, I returned home. I stayed in my apartment, in the city, surrounded by familiar streets, noises, and neighbors. I resumed my work, went out with friends, and tried to push the memory of the cabin deep into my mind. But even weeks later, I found myself double-checking doors, glancing at the edge of dark parks, and feeling that same tightening in my chest whenever I walked alone at night. I knew I had been lucky. The forest hadn't physically harmed me, but it had revealed a raw, primal vulnerability, the kind of fear that comes from realizing just how alone and exposed you can be, even in a world that seems safe. Looking back, I understand why people say the woods are beautiful yet dangerous. The peace I sought was real, but so was the threat lurking in the quiet, in the shadows, in the silence that stretched longer than any human should be alone. I had come to the cabin expecting tranquility, but I had found something far more intense. The stark, raw feeling of being alone, truly alone, and the knowledge that when you are alone, the world can feel unpredictable, immense, and indifferent to your presence. That lesson, harsh as it was, stayed with me. A constant reminder to respect solitude, to respect nature, and to understand that fear is sometimes the only signal that keeps you alive. Even now, whenever I close my eyes, I can see the cabin, see the dark forest pressing against it, and hear the silence that was louder than any noise I had ever experienced. I don't go near the woods the same way again. I don't want to, and I'm grateful for the fear, for the clarity it gave me, and for the clear decision I made to never take isolation lightly. That cabin taught me something I could not have learned anywhere else. That safety is not guaranteed, that the mind can play cruel tricks when you are alone, and that awareness is the only. I remember the first time I saw the cabin, deep in the forest. It seemed almost ordinary, almost inviting, with the sun reflecting off its dusty, weathered wooden panels. It was isolated, off a dirt road that I had almost missed entirely. The place was tucked in between tall pines, their trunks thick and rough, their needles brushing together in the wind, creating a soft, constant rustling sound. I had been driving for hours that day, the kind of day where every turn of the road seemed to take you further into nowhere, with only the occasional deer darting across the path to remind you that life existed out here. The cabin was the kind of place you might expect someone to escape to disconnect, to find peace, and I had been seeking exactly that. The moment I stepped out of the car, the smell hit me first. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it was strong. Damp wood, pine, earth, and a faint hint of smoke from an old fireplace. Even though I saw no smoke rising from the chimney, it made the place feel alive in a way that was almost suffocating. The forest pressed in from all sides, and the only path leading to the main dirt road was overgrown, thin and barely visible, forcing me to push aside branches and pull at thorny vines to make my way to the cabin door. Inside, the cabin was modest but functional. A small living area with a rough wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a couch that sagged in the middle. The floorboards were uneven, some cracked, some worn smooth from years of use. Dust covered nearly everything, and cobwebs clung stubbornly in corners. There was a small kitchen area with an old sink, a stovetop, and a refrigerator that hummed weakly when I plugged it in. A thin layer of grime coated the counters, and it smelled faintly of mildew. In one corner, a wood-burning stove sat unused, a small pile of dry logs stacked nearby. The smell of cold, damp wood mixed with the faint metallic tang of rust made the air feel almost heavy. I spent the first day cleaning a little, setting things in order, making a small fire in the stove to warm the place and try to chase off the chill that seemed to seep into my bones. Outside, the forest moved with a life of its own. Birds called from unseen branches, and the wind made the tall pines sway and creak. Everything seemed calm, but there was a quiet intensity to it, a feeling that I was not alone, even if no one else was in sight. The first night was the hardest. The forest sounds became louder, sharper. Small animals scratching near the cabin, a branch snapping in the distance, the wind suddenly rising and then falling into silence. I had brought a flashlight, but it did little against the darkness pressing against the windows. I slept fitfully, waking at strange intervals to the sound of rustling outside. At first, I told myself it was the wind, or raccoons or deer, anything but something serious. But there was a gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach, an unease that made my muscles tense without reason. The next morning, I went outside to explore. The forest was denser than I thought. The sunlight barely reached the ground, filtered through layers of needles and leaves. I found old footpaths that were barely visible, covered in moss and fallen leaves. My sense of isolation grew the further I wandered. It was peaceful in one sense, but heavy and suffocating in another. I kept returning to the cabin before venturing too far because of the strange feeling that something was observing me from the trees. I told myself it was paranoia, but I could not shake it. On the third day, I discovered signs of other humans had been here recently. There were faint footprints near the edge of the cabin, pressed into soft earth where mud had dried into cracks. They were small, like someone had walked lightly, and they led toward the back of the cabin and into the dense forest. My stomach sank. The cabin, it seemed, was not as abandoned as I had thought. But there were no other signs, no campsites, no discarded trash, no recent fires. Just the footprints disappearing as suddenly as they appeared. I began to notice other things too. The firewood I had stacked neatly near the stove seemed slightly disturbed each morning. Small objects would be out of place. At first, I blamed myself for forgetting where I put things, but the feeling in the back of my mind was growing, a tightening anxiety that made my chest hurt. I started sleeping with a knife on my nightstand, keeping my phone nearby, listening for the sounds of anyone approaching. And there were always sounds. Footsteps on the path outside, whispers of movement through the brush. It was never direct, never obvious, but it was enough to make me flinch and stay alert. One afternoon, I went for a walk deeper into the forest to try and clear my head. The air was cooler under the dense canopy, and the ground was soft with moss and fallen needles. I noticed broken branches, bent grass, and footprints that weren't mine. Some of them were large, some small. My stomach dropped. Someone was moving around in the forest, watching, maybe even tracking me. I turned back toward the cabin, feeling a weight pressing on my back as if the forest itself was aware of my presence. By the time I reached the cabin, my legs were shaking. I locked the door, checked every window, and forced myself to light a fire. The shadows in the corners seemed sharper now, the sounds outside closer. That night, the sounds escalated. It began as the familiar rustling of leaves, but then there was something else. Heavy breathing, faint but deliberate, coming from outside the cabin. I held my breath, straining to hear. The breathing stopped. Silence. Then the scratching, coming from the woodpile outside, followed by something bumping against the side of the cabin. My heart raced so fast I could feel it in my throat. I gripped the knife tightly, inching toward the window, trying to see through the dark. Nothing, just darkness. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, eyes fixed on the windows, listening to every shift in the forest. The following day, I decided I could not stay inside anymore. I needed to leave to get back to civilization. I packed my bag carefully, keeping the knife ready. The forest seemed even more oppressive than before. Every tree and bush seemed to conceal someone. I kept my eyes on the path, checking for footprints, broken branches, anything that suggested I was being followed. As I stepped onto the dirt road leading away from the cabin, I noticed fresh tire tracks, recent and deep. My stomach turned. Whoever had been near the cabin was not just a random trespasser. They had a vehicle, a way to come and go. I walked fast, keeping low, scanning constantly. The dirt road stretched endlessly, twisting and turning through the forest. I reached the point where the road joined the main paved road, gasping and sweating. Relief hit me briefly, but I knew I was not yet safe. I flagged down the first car that passed, explaining in short words that I had been near the forest cabin and needed help. The driver gave me a strange look but agreed to take me to the nearest town. In town, I reported the cabin to the local authorities. They listened politely but warned me that the forest was known for transient people, hikers who wandered off, and some cases of squatters or thieves using abandoned cabins for shelter. They had not found anyone at the cabin when they checked. I felt both relief and dread. Relief that I had escaped whatever was out there. Dread because the forest, the cabin, and whoever had been moving around it still existed, hidden, patient. I never returned to that cabin. Months later, I sometimes dream about it. The smell of damp wood, the sound of branches scratching against the cabin walls, footsteps just outside the window. I know it is improbable, maybe just paranoia, but I cannot help thinking that if I had stayed another day, I would have had no chance to leave safely. It left a mark on me, a deep awareness of how small and exposed we are in the wild, and how quickly a place that seems peaceful can become a trap when someone else is out there, waiting, watching, and silent. Eventually, I moved to a city far from forests like that. I avoid cabins, trails, and anything that takes me deep into woods alone. I tell myself I will never let fear control my life, but I am honest with myself. I will never forget that cabin, the footsteps, and the constant, lurking awareness that someone had been very close to me, unseen and ready. That experience taught me to respect isolation, to trust instincts, and to leave when something feels wrong. The forest and that cabin remain a memory, but it is vivid, real, and a warning that danger does not need to be supernatural to be terrifying. It only needs to be human. I had been looking forward to this weekend for months. After weeks of back-to-back work shifts, endless emails, and the constant hum of the city around me, the thought of escaping to a small cabin in the woods felt like a lifeline. The cabin was not far from my home, just a few hours' drive, but its isolation promised the kind of solitude I rarely experienced. The directions were simple, though they led down narrow, unpaved roads that twisted through the dense forest like a snake. I had memorized the route, but even so, the feeling of leaving the familiar asphalt behind made my stomach tighten with a strange mixture of excitement and unease. The forest began as a scattering of trees along the side of the road, but soon, as I drove further, it became dense and suffocating. The tall pines towered over me, their dark green needles blocking much of the light and casting long shadows that stretched across the gravel road. The air smelled faintly of wet earth and decaying leaves, the dampness clinging to my clothes even through the closed windows of my car. I switched on the headlights, though it was still early afternoon, because the forest had a way of swallowing the light, making everything seem darker and older than it really was. Finally, after a slow drive over the winding road, the cabin appeared. It was small, with a steeply sloped roof and rough-hewn wooden walls. Smoke curled lazily from a stone chimney, though no one else was in sight. I parked beside the cabin and stepped out, feeling the crunch of pine needles and loose gravel beneath my boots. The air was colder here, sharper somehow, and I could hear the sound of a small stream running somewhere nearby. The place smelled of pine and moss, with the faint, lingering scent of wood smoke. I had rented it through a local site, and the owner had promised that everything I would need was inside, though I was mostly relying on the basics I had brought with me: food, water, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. The first thing I noticed about the cabin was how quiet it was. Not the kind of quiet you get in a room with closed doors, but the quiet of isolation. There were no distant cars, no hum of electricity, no birdsong beyond the occasional rustle in the branches. It was the quiet of a place that had not been disturbed in days, maybe weeks. It felt heavier than I expected, almost tangible, like a weight pressing down on my shoulders. At first, I told myself it was just the contrast with the constant noise of the city, but the feeling lingered, and it made me aware of every sound. The snap of a branch under my foot, the creak of the cabin floorboards as I stepped inside, even the distant buzz of an insect that managed to survive the cold forest air. Inside, the cabin was simple but comfortable. A small kitchen with a stove, a worn wooden table, and a few shelves with basic utensils. The bedroom was tiny, with a thin mattress on a wooden frame, and the bathroom was functional but minimal. I unpacked my things slowly, noticing every detail: the rough texture of the walls, the way the sunlight from the windows fell unevenly on the floor, and the faint smell of damp wood that lingered despite the air feeling dry from the heater I had turned on. I lit a few candles and placed them around the cabin, partly for light and partly because I liked the feeling of them burning. The soft flicker of flames made the shadows dance along the walls, creating the illusion of movement that both fascinated and unnerved me. By late afternoon, I had settled in enough to take a short walk around the property. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, the trees densely packed, their branches intertwined high above so that the sky was only a thin strip of gray and blue. The stream I had heard earlier trickled along a rocky bed, small but steady, and I followed it for a few minutes, enjoying the sound of running water. Occasionally, I would hear the distant thump of something moving through the underbrush, though I could never see what it was. Deer, perhaps, or a raccoon. Even knowing this, my mind created shapes and shadows that didn't exist, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise every time a branch snapped somewhere off the path. I returned to the cabin as the sun began to lower, the light dimming and the forest taking on an oppressive darkness. I ate a small dinner I had brought, canned beans, bread, and some fruit, then sat by the window with a cup of tea. The forest outside was nearly black now, the silhouettes of the trees sharp and angular against the faint glow of the sky. I kept the candles lit, though the flickering light seemed to make the shadows even more active. Every now and then, I thought I heard footsteps on the gravel outside, but when I looked, there was nothing. The sensation of being watched settled in my chest like a stone, though I reminded myself that the place was isolated and I was alone. I told myself that the sounds were animals, the shadows just tricks of the light. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was not just quiet, but alert, as though it was waiting for something. I went to bed early, the small mattress creaking under my weight. The darkness of the room was complete, even with the candles burned down, and the silence of the forest seeped in through the thin walls. I tried to focus on my breathing, telling myself that the tension in my body was normal, that the quiet made every little sound seem louder than it was. But sleep came in fits and starts, interrupted by the occasional thump or rustle from outside. At one point, I woke to a sharp scratching sound near the window. My heart pounded as I held my breath, listening. It stopped as suddenly as it had started. I tried to reason with myself, branches rubbing against the glass, perhaps a small animal, but my stomach churned with unease. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me back under, though I remained restless, tossing and turning as shadows shifted along the walls. The next morning, I woke to the sound of something heavy moving outside. I lay still for a moment, straining my ears. There was a scraping sound, as if someone or something was dragging an object across the gravel. I told myself it was a branch or a fallen log, but the rhythm of the noise seemed too deliberate. The forest, which had seemed calm and static in the morning light, now felt watchful. I dressed quickly, grabbing a flashlight and stepping outside. The air was crisp, with a hint of frost clinging to the ground. I circled the cabin, checking for any sign of intrusion. There was nothing obvious, just the tracks of a small animal and the usual debris of fallen branches and pine needles. Still, the feeling of being observed did not leave me. It had moved from the shadows into the open, pressing at the edges of my mind. I decided to take a longer walk into the forest to clear my head. I followed a faint trail, worn not by human footsteps but by animals, the kind of narrow path that twisted through dense undergrowth. The trees were taller here, their trunks thick and close together, and the ground was soft underfoot, covered with moss and pine needles. I moved cautiously, listening for any sign of movement beyond my own steps. Every sound seemed amplified: the rustle of leaves, the call of a distant bird, the snap of a twig somewhere off to the side. I reminded myself that this was normal, that the forest was alive, but the fear was persistent, gnawing at me from the inside. Hours passed as I walked, and by midday, I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. The trail had become nearly invisible, blending into the dense growth around me. Panic began to creep in. I turned back, but the forest had shifted around me. The landmarks I thought I recognized now seemed unfamiliar. I tried to retrace my steps, but each turn seemed to lead me deeper into the same dense, silent green. My heart raced, and sweat dampened the back of my neck. I stopped to catch my breath and listened, straining to pick up any familiar sounds: the distant stream, the wind in the treetops. But the forest was unrelenting in its quiet. It was as if I had stepped into a completely separate world, one where every sense was heightened and every sound could be a threat. I realized I needed to stay calm. I checked my phone, hoping for GPS, but there was no signal. I had always thought I would get lost in a forest, but now that it was happening, the reality was stark and terrifying. I considered my options: move in one direction until I found the trail again, or stay put and hope someone passed by. The latter seemed like a death sentence, the former a risk of moving in circles. I decided to move, carefully marking my path by stacking small piles of stones and breaking off visible branches, trying to leave signs I could follow back if necessary. The forest seemed endless. Every direction looked the same: tall pines, dense undergrowth, the occasional fallen log. The air was humid with the smell of earth and decay, and the sun was low enough that shadows stretched long and dark. As I walked, fatigue set in. My legs ached, my throat was dry, and my stomach had begun to rumble. I had underestimated how much energy it would take to navigate through such thick terrain. And then, to make things worse, I heard a noise behind me. Soft, deliberate footsteps that echoed my own pace. My heart jumped, and I froze, straining to hear. The sound stopped when I stopped, and when I moved again, it started again. I had been driving for hours before I even realized how far I had gone. The road had narrowed, twisted, and climbed through the mountains in a way that made me feel suspended over the earth itself. The air smelled colder here, sharper, and the trees loomed closer together, darkening the light of the late afternoon. My destination was a small cabin I had rented for a week, somewhere I could disconnect, think, and rest. The description online had made it sound almost idyllic: isolated, in the middle of dense woods, with a small stream nearby and a rustic charm. At first, I had been excited, picturing mornings by the water and quiet evenings by the fire. By the time I turned off the main road onto a narrow dirt track, the sun had already begun to dip behind the ridges, and I could feel the first twinges of unease that come when human comfort thins and nature becomes dominant. The cabin itself was even smaller than I had imagined, tucked away in a clearing surrounded by thick pines and oaks. The wood was dark and aged, the roof slanted, and the windows small and dusty. The porch sagged slightly on one side, and a narrow path of stones led down toward the stream. I parked my car on a patch of uneven ground and stepped out, hearing the tires crunch against gravel and fallen needles. The wind had picked up, whistling through the branches, and something in the way it made the trees sway gave the clearing a strange, almost claustrophobic feeling. Even as I tried to dismiss it, part of me couldn't shake the thought that I was completely alone, far from anyone who could hear me or help me. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and damp earth. The furniture was minimal, just a small table, a couple of chairs, and a bed pushed into the corner. There was a stove, but no firewood stacked inside, and the single bathroom looked like it had been used sporadically, with stains on the porcelain and a faint musty odor in the air. I set down my bag and took a careful look around, noticing small details: the way the floorboards creaked under my weight, the slight tilt of the door frames, the way the windows rattled faintly in the wind. Every sound seemed amplified in the empty cabin, every shadow longer, more alive. I spent the first hour unpacking and arranging my things, trying to make the cabin feel less alien. I set a small lamp on the table and plugged in my phone to charge it, realizing how little signal there was once I stepped away from the main road. The digital map on my phone showed the closest town to be over 20 miles away, winding down roads that I wasn't sure I could drive easily at night. I thought about that for a moment, about how being stranded here might feel if something went wrong, and then pushed the thought aside. I had been on hiking trips before. I was careful. I could handle myself. The first night was quiet, almost eerily so. The wind through the trees made long shadows across the walls, and every creak in the woods seemed to echo as though the cabin itself were alive. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the beats of my heart, trying to convince myself that I was just being jumpy. Outside, the stream babbled quietly, the sound soothing but at the same time reminding me how utterly alone I was. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep despite the gnawing tension in my chest. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding woods. The trees were thick, the underbrush tangled, and the ground soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. I stayed close to the path I had noticed when driving in, a narrow trail that seemed to have been used occasionally but not maintained. Birds called from the trees, and I could hear small animals rustling in the undergrowth, but nothing seemed to be close enough to pose a threat. The sun filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that made everything seem slightly unreal. Even in the middle of the day, I felt a growing awareness that I was completely cut off from human civilization. By mid-afternoon, I had wandered farther than I had intended. I noticed a rocky outcropping above a small valley and decided to climb it to get a better view. The climb was treacherous, the rocks slick from recent rain, and I had to test each step carefully. I slipped once, barely catching myself on a branch, my heart racing. Once at the top, I could see the cabin far below, tucked into the trees, and the winding road that led back to the main road. The view was beautiful, but the height made me feel vulnerable. There was no one around for miles, and if I fell, no one would find me for hours, maybe longer. I stayed there longer than I probably should have, just taking in the quiet, the isolation, and the way the forest seemed endless in every direction. Returning to the cabin, I noticed something subtle that set my nerves on edge. The path I had taken looked slightly different. A small branch was broken in a place I was sure it hadn't been before. A stone seemed moved. My stomach tightened. I tried to dismiss it as natural shifts in the forest, but there was a nagging feeling in my chest that something had passed that way while I was gone. I checked around the cabin carefully, walking the perimeter, but saw no clear sign of anything. Still, I felt watched, a sensation that clung to me even after I had shut the door and locked it. That night, the wind was stronger. It rattled the windows, made the cabin groan, and shook the thin structure in a way that reminded me of how small and exposed I really was. I tried to read, but every crack of wood, every whisper of leaves in the wind, made me flinch. Around midnight, I heard it. A faint, deliberate snap of a branch outside, followed by the sound of footsteps crunching over the gravel near the porch. My heart leapt into my throat. I grabbed the small flashlight from my bag and shone it across the clearing. Nothing. Only trees and shadows. I stayed frozen for what felt like minutes, straining to hear any movement, but the night seemed to swallow all sound once I stopped moving. I tried to rationalize. Could it have been an animal? Perhaps a deer, a raccoon, something small. But the steps had been deliberate, heavy, slow. Too deliberate to be random wildlife. My breathing was shallow, my mind racing through possibilities I didn't want to admit to myself. I spent the rest of the night in a kind of semi-conscious alertness, listening, waiting, heart hammering, until the first gray light of dawn eased my panic slightly. Over the next few days, I remained on edge. Every small sound became magnified. The wind in the trees, the creek's flow, the distant call of a bird. I double-checked all the locks and made sure I had a plan in case someone tried to approach the cabin. I even considered leaving, but the nearest town was far, and the thought of driving alone on narrow mountain roads in the dark, after nights like the first, was daunting. I told myself I would leave at the first sign of real danger, but the tension in my body never fully eased. Then, on the fourth day, it happened. I was sitting by the stream, trying to distract myself with photography. The water was clear and cold, running over stones and fallen branches. I had my camera out, focusing on a bird perched on a nearby branch, when I noticed movement at the edge of my vision. A figure, crouched low, moving carefully through the underbrush, watching me. I froze, my breath caught. I watched as the figure stepped closer, revealing itself as a man, tall, wearing dark clothing that blended with the shadows. My mind raced. Who was he? Why was he here? There was no road nearby, no other cabins. I was alone in this part of the forest. The man didn't speak or make any sudden movements. He just stopped, standing perfectly still, watching me. My instincts screamed to run, but I knew that running through this terrain without a plan could be just as dangerous. Slowly, deliberately, I backed toward the path leading back to the cabin, keeping my eyes on him the entire time. He didn't follow immediately, only watched, and I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach. Once I reached the cabin, I slammed the door and locked it, checking every lock twice. The man was still there for a moment, watching the cabin from the edge of the trees. Then he disappeared into the forest as silently as he had arrived. The next hours were a blur of tension. I stayed inside, barricading the door as best I could with furniture, keeping lights on, and preparing for the possibility that he might return. My phone had no signal, but I had packed a small emergency radio. I turned it on, listening for any news or signal from local authorities, but static was all I got. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching a heavy kitchen knife, peering through the blinds every time the wind made the trees sway. By morning, I had a plan. I couldn't stay another night like that. I packed essential things: water, snacks, my phone, a flashlight, and any tools I could carry. I didn't take time to clean or organize, just grabbed what I needed to survive and get out. I decided to wait until the first signs of sunlight, then make a dash down the narrow road to the main road. I had a car parked there, and once I reached it, I would drive straight to the nearest town, no detours, no stops. The forest seemed alive in a different way on that morning. Every sound made me jump, and I felt the weight of every shadow pressing against me. I moved slowly, deliberately, keeping my senses alert. The path that had seemed familiar now seemed alien. It started as a simple trip. I had been working almost non-stop for months, trapped in a cubicle, staring at the same fluorescent lights and listening to the low hum of the office air conditioning. My mind felt trapped, and I longed for a place where I could hear only the wind, the trees, and perhaps my own thoughts. That's why, when I found a small rental cabin tucked deep in a forested area in northern Vermont, I jumped at the chance. The pictures online were modest: a 2-story wooden structure with a stone chimney and a small porch overlooking what appeared to be a clearing in the woods. The reviews were good: quiet, peaceful, isolated. That was exactly what I wanted. I booked it for a week and packed lightly, just the essentials. The drive itself was uneventful, winding along highways that gradually became narrow, 2-lane roads flanked by dense pine and birch trees. By the time I turned off the main road onto a dirt path that the GPS insisted led to the cabin, the sun was already low, casting long shadows that stretched across the road. The trees pressed in close, and I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter than I realized. My car was old but reliable, and I hadn't driven through anything like this before. The road was uneven, with small dips and scattered rocks that rattled the suspension. After about 20 minutes of this, I reached a small clearing. There, the cabin stood, looking just like the pictures. It was quieter than I expected. No birds chirping, no breeze rustling the leaves, just the low creak of branches shifting in the faint wind. I parked, stepped out, and felt the sudden chill that always seems to hit when you leave the road behind and enter a forest. The air smelled of pine needles and damp earth, the kind of smell that instantly makes your lungs feel cleaner. The cabin door was unlocked, and I stepped inside. The interior was small but cozy, with wood paneling and a stone fireplace. A small kitchen took up one corner, and a staircase led to a lofted bedroom. Everything looked clean, though slightly worn. Dust settled in corners, and a faint smell of damp wood lingered. I unpacked my bag, set a kettle on the stove, and lit a small fire in the fireplace to shake off the chill. Sitting in a chair, I listened. At first, all I heard was the crackle of the fire, but soon I noticed the faint sound of something moving outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the sound was deliberate, a soft, scraping noise against the exterior of the cabin. I got up and looked out the window. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. Shadows shifted between the trees, but nothing clearly moved. I convinced myself it was just the branches brushing against each other. I went back to the fireplace, trying to relax, but the sound persisted, now seeming closer, like someone or something was circling the cabin. Night fell quickly. Without the sun, the forest became a dark, unbroken wall of black. The firelight barely extended beyond the cabin walls. I tried to sleep, lying on the lofted bed, but every time I drifted off, the sound returned, scraping, shuffling, soft but persistent. I kept imagining animals, raccoons, maybe a deer, but the noise didn't match any animal I knew. It was heavier, slower, more deliberate. By morning, I was exhausted, having slept fitfully in short bursts. I decided to explore the surrounding area to reassure myself that I was alone. The cabin sat on the edge of a small clearing that dropped sharply into a creek below. I walked the perimeter, noting that there were no nearby cabins or roads, nothing but trees for hundreds of meters. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were fresh, wet mud pressed into the soil, and they circled the cabin. Not deer or raccoon tracks, but human, adult-sized, barefoot. I felt my stomach drop. I told myself someone could have been hiking in the area and seen the cabin, but the circular pattern around the cabin didn't make sense. It was like someone had been watching me, moving around the cabin without approaching it. I decided to call for help, but there was no cell service. The nearest signal was a mile back down the dirt road, and it was too far to walk safely with the terrain and my exhaustion. That night, I did not sleep at all. I stayed in the loft, clutching a heavy cast iron pan from the kitchen, and listened. The sounds began again around dusk, slow and deliberate. I could hear heavy breathing sometimes, almost synchronized with my own heartbeat. There was a sense of being watched, of someone just outside peering in. The third day was worse. I discovered that my food had been moved. A loaf of bread I had set on the counter was now on the floor, slightly chewed at the corner. I found claw marks on the porch railing. That was the breaking point. I had to get out. I grabbed a backpack, packed the essentials: water, a flashlight, my car keys, and prepared to leave. I noticed my car had a small scratch along the side, something fresh. My anxiety spiked. Whoever or whatever had been circling the cabin was now leaving marks on my property. As I walked toward the car, I realized I had left the cabin door unlocked. The lock had been forced slightly, splintered at the edges. That's when I saw it. Footprints leading from the cabin door into the woods. They were adult-sized, like the ones I had seen before, and they seemed to pause occasionally, as if the person was watching me leave. I ran the rest of the way to the car, jumped in, and started the engine. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I drove down the dirt path as fast as I could, watching the trees on either side. I felt certain someone was running alongside the car, keeping pace, but I didn't look. When I reached the highway, relief flooded me, but it was tempered by lingering fear. I went directly to the nearest gas station, using their phone to call the local police. I reported everything: footprints, the broken door, the moved food, the scratches. They promised to send someone, but in that area it could take hours. I stayed at the gas station, unable to return to the forest, feeling the weight of every moment I had spent in that cabin. The next day, I contacted the cabin owner, who was horrified. He explained that in the past year, there had been reports of a man living in the surrounding woods. He had been seen near cabins, but always left before anyone confronted him. Apparently, he was homeless, paranoid, and potentially violent. Authorities had tried to track him down, but the dense forest made it difficult. I realized then that my fears had not been unfounded. I never returned to that cabin. Eventually, the police increased patrols in the area, and the man was finally captured months later after a hiker found him hiding near another cabin. When I think back on that week, it feels surreal. I expected isolation to be peaceful, but it became one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I kept thinking I had imagined it all, that exhaustion had played tricks on my mind, but the marks, the moved food, the scratches on my car, they were undeniable. The experience changed the way I travel. I no longer take isolation for granted. I check maps for nearby towns, I verify cell coverage, and I always tell someone where I'm going. I've learned that the wilderness is not inherently scary. It's unpredictable, and human beings can make it dangerous. That realization stayed with me for years, a reminder that even when you think you're alone, you might not be, and the most terrifying encounters are not with the wild, but with people. Years later, I sometimes pass through northern Vermont on road trips. I drive by the dirt path that leads to that cabin, and I see the forest stretching endlessly, dark and silent. The cabin is still there, abandoned now, with vines creeping along its walls and the porch sagging under years of neglect. I have no desire to return. I survived, I learned, and I moved on, but I can still feel that week in the cabin like a weight pressing on my chest. The memory is vivid. The silence, the dark, the sense of being watched, and the heavy, slow footfalls circling just outside. It was a warning, one I took seriously, and it saved me. Isolation is beautiful, but it is also dangerous, especially when you forget that not all dangers come from the natural world. Some dangers are human, deliberate, patient, and unseen until they are right in front of you. That cabin taught me to respect that and to never underestimate the unknown. It also reminded me of something else. Fear, when handled carefully, can be a guide. Kept me alive, and for that I am grateful. Even now, whenever I go camping or rent a cabin, I make sure there is a way to call for help, a clear exit, and that I am not entirely alone in the wilderness. The memory of that week stays with me, sharp and unyielding, but I have learned to live with it and to use it to make better choices. That, perhaps, is the only true way to turn a terrifying experience into a valuable lesson. I had always liked the idea of being alone in the woods, somewhere far away from everything that felt familiar. The cabin I rented was tucked deep into a stretch of national forest, the kind of place that didn't see much traffic and where the nearest neighbors were miles away. The directions I received were precise but complicated, involving a narrow dirt road that eventually dissolved into a barely noticeable trail marked only by occasional blazes on trees. I drove as far as my car could take me, then had to leave it behind and continue on foot. The forest seemed endless, dense with evergreens whose branches blocked the weak light of late afternoon. The air was heavy with the smell of pine and damp earth, a smell I found comforting at first, though it would later become oppressive. When I finally spotted the cabin, I felt a small surge of relief. It was an old wooden structure, weathered but standing solidly. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the wood was gray with age, the kind of gray that comes from years of rain, snow, and wind. The windows were dusty and smudged, and a thin chimney rose from one side, blackened at the top. I carried my pack up the small, uneven path leading to the front door and set it down, my legs aching from the hike. I stepped onto the wooden porch and paused to take in the silence. It wasn't the silence of a quiet town. It was the heavy, all-encompassing silence of the forest. There were no birds singing, no wind moving the trees, only a muffled hum from deep inside the woods. It felt alive and watchful, and I remember shivering despite the late summer heat. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood, old smoke, and something faintly sour. Stale water or rot? I couldn't tell. The main room had a small stone fireplace, a sagging couch, and a wooden table with chairs. I set down my pack and began exploring, taking note of the layout and checking the lock on the door. The windows were mostly intact, though one had a small crack near the bottom. I chalked it up to age. The cabin had a small kitchen area with a sink and a few cupboards, most of them empty, and a small bedroom with a bed that sagged in the middle. I unrolled my sleeping bag and began organizing my things, trying to get comfortable. First, everything felt fine. The kind of quiet I had sought felt peaceful, even restorative. But as the evening crept in, something shifted. The forest seemed to close in around the cabin. The darkness was different here. It didn't just obscure things, it made the air itself seem heavier. Sounds that I would normally have ignored became startling. A branch cracking somewhere outside made me freeze mid-step. Small noises, the scratch of an animal against the siding, the rustle of leaves, felt amplified. I told myself it was just the forest, that these sounds were normal. But even as I rationalized it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. I decided to make a fire in the fireplace. The wood was dry but uneven, and the first attempts at lighting it failed. My hands were trembling more than they should have been, though I tried to dismiss it as nerves. Eventually, I got the fire going, and the room filled with warmth and light. Shadows danced across the walls in an unsteady rhythm, creating shapes that seemed almost human. I tried to focus on practical matters, setting out food, filling the water jug from a nearby stream I had found, and checking my map to make sure I knew the route back. By late evening, I was exhausted, but sleep didn't come easily. The silence outside had thickened into something tangible, a pressure that seemed to push against the walls of the cabin. Every small sound, wind through a crack in the roof, a bird calling far away, the distant scrape of a branch, made me start. I kept imagining movement outside, shadows sliding just beyond the reach of my vision. I tried to reason it out, telling myself it was just wildlife, but that didn't stop my heart from pounding when I thought I saw a figure at the edge of the clearing. I would lie awake for long stretches, staring at the windows, listening for anything that didn't belong. Around midnight, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The scraping of metal across wood, deliberate and slow, came from the back of the cabin. I froze, my mind racing. There was no road, no path behind the cabin, at least none that I could see, and I knew I hadn't brought anyone with me. The scraping continued intermittently, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, always deliberate. My first thought was that an animal had gotten stuck or caught on something, but the rhythm was wrong. It was almost like someone was trying to pry the door open or check the windows. I didn't have a phone signal and I didn't have a firearm. My only option was to barricade myself. I grabbed a heavy chair and wedged it against the door, then stacked boxes and whatever else I could find. I moved slowly, deliberately, trying not to make a sound. My ears were straining for any noise, any movement, and every time I thought I heard something, I held my breath. Minutes felt like hours. I kept thinking about the hike I had done to get here, the fact that help could be miles away, the forest around me so thick that no one would hear me if I screamed. I realized then how unprepared I was. I had packed food, water, and a first aid kit, but I had not thought about real danger. Being alone in the forest was different from imagining it. The forest was alive, yes, but not in the peaceful way I had thought. It was indifferent, and yet I felt targeted by whatever or whoever was out there. The night dragged on. Every sound made me jump. The scratching and scraping outside never stopped completely, though it shifted in pace and intensity. At times, it felt right outside the window, at other times, it seemed farther away. I stayed crouched in the corner of the main room, watching the fire for its shadows, clinging to its warmth and light. I tried to conserve energy, but my mind was running in circles, thinking about what to do if someone broke in, thinking about how far I was from the nearest road, thinking about the wildlife, thinking about whether I could make it through the night. Around dawn, the sounds stopped. I stayed where I was for what felt like hours, waiting, listening. The forest slowly brightened as the sun rose, the shadows retreating from the cabin and the clearing outside. I could see the trees clearly now, and I saw nothing unusual. No footprints, no disturbances, no sign that anyone or anything had been there. I realized then that I had survived the night. The relief was overwhelming, though mixed with lingering fear. I slowly unpacked some supplies, cleaned up the cabin a little, and took a cautious walk around the clearing. Everything seemed normal, but my nerves were still raw. The forest felt less oppressive in the daylight, but I knew the darkness would return, and with it, the fear. I spent the next few days carefully managing my time. I stocked the firewood, reinforced the doors and windows, and set up makeshift alarms with cans and string. Simple traps that could alert me if someone approached. I explored the nearby streams and trails during the day, always keeping track of my surroundings, and I began rationing food more carefully, knowing that I might be trapped longer than I expected if something went wrong. Every night, I would wait for the darkness, brace for the worst, and survive until morning. By the fifth day, I realized something important. I was stronger and more capable than I had known. The initial fear had almost paralyzed me, but now I moved with a purpose. I had assessed the threats, fortified my position, and prepared for contingencies. I knew I could survive not just for a few days, but for as long as I needed. On the seventh day, I packed up and left. The forest seemed less threatening now, though I remained alert. My return hike was cautious and deliberate. I kept to the trail, noted landmarks, and made sure I had a clear route back to my car. When I finally drove away, I looked back once at the small cabin, now bathed in afternoon sunlight. It seemed peaceful again, just a weathered structure in the forest. But I knew what it had taught me. Fear could be managed, danger could be anticipated, and survival was about preparation and attention. Even now, years later, I remember that week vividly. The cabin was not haunted, and there were no fairy tales in the forest. The fear I felt was real, and it came from the world itself. The isolation, the uncertainty, and the realization that I was completely alone, responsible only for myself. And yet, I had faced it and survived. I had entered the forest seeking solitude, and I had come out stronger, more aware, and more capable than I had ever been before. The experience stayed with me, not as a story of terror, but as a story of endurance, careful thought, and the quiet triumph of surviving the unknown. I had been planning the trip for months, carefully picking a cabin tucked far away in the northern forests, isolated enough that the city and its noise would feel like a distant memory. I wanted quiet, solitude, and the kind of peace that only comes from being surrounded by towering trees and miles of untouched wilderness. The cabin itself was advertised as rustic but functional, with a wood stove, running water, and basic amenities. The pictures showed a small, weathered wooden structure nestled against a ridge, with a view of the lake beyond the clearing. From the moment I saw it, I knew it was exactly what I needed. The drive was long, winding through narrow mountain roads and dense woods. By the time I arrived, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, throwing long shadows across the trees. I could feel the silence pressing in. The absence of city noise was almost palpable, and every small sound, the crunch of my boots on gravel, the distant rustle of leaves, seemed louder than it should have been. I parked near the cabin, unloaded my gear, and took a long look at the structure. The wood was dark and weathered, the windows thick with grime, but it felt solid. Inside, it smelled faintly of damp wood and old pine, with a faint mustiness that told me it had been closed up for a while. I spent the first hour unpacking, checking the stove and stacking firewood. The forest pressed close around the cabin. The trees were so thick that I could barely see more than 50 feet in any direction. The lake, which had seemed so open and inviting in the pictures, was now just a shadow beyond the treeline. As night fell, the forest came alive with noises. Birds and insects made a constant chorus, and somewhere deep in the woods, I could hear the occasional snap of a branch, too deliberate to be just the wind. I made a small fire in the stove, the crackling flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. Outside, darkness thickened, and I felt the first real pulse of unease. I told myself it was normal. The woods always felt larger and stranger at night, but I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't entirely alone. It was subtle, a feeling in the back of my neck, a shadow in the corner of my eye. The air was heavy, damp, and smelled faintly of decay and moss. I checked the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked. Everything seemed fine. That night, I slept fitfully, waking several times to the sound of something moving outside. Heavy steps, or maybe branches breaking under weight, punctuated the dark. I tried to convince myself it was deer or some other animal, but the rhythm of the sounds often seemed too deliberate, too measured. By dawn, I was exhausted but relieved to see sunlight filtering through the trees. The forest in daylight was calmer, less threatening, but the unease from the previous night lingered. I spent the next day exploring the surrounding area, keeping close to the cabin. The forest was dense and uneven, with thick undergrowth that made walking difficult. I marked the path with small bits of ribbon so I could find my way back. Everything seemed normal, though the isolation was beginning to weigh on me. The wind moved through the trees in strange ways, creating sounds that could easily be mistaken for voices or footsteps. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, feeling a mix of relief and tension. The sun was low, and the shadows were long and distorted. That night, I had a better fire going and tried to relax, reading a book and making a simple meal. But as darkness fell, the noises started again. Not the occasional animal rustle, but something different. Deliberate, heavy, slow steps circling the cabin. They weren't constant, but the intervals were unnervingly regular, as if someone or something was pacing just out of sight. I stayed near the stove, listening, trying to convince myself it was a bear or a deer, but the sound was wrong. Too heavy, too measured, and too close. Sleep was impossible. I spent the night sitting near the stove, fire lit, listening to the forest. By morning, I was jittery, my nerves raw. I considered leaving, but I hadn't planned to come this far for just one night. I told myself I would wait until afternoon and then go for a longer walk to prove there was nothing to worry about. The next day, I left the cabin with a small backpack, following a path deeper into the forest. The trees were massive, their trunks thick and gnarled, and the undergrowth made every step a struggle. I stayed alert, listening for the usual forest sounds, noting where animals had left tracks. Everything seemed normal, yet there was a tension in the air, a stillness that didn't belong. I reached a small clearing near a stream and sat for a while, drinking water and eating a snack. The sunlight dappled through the leaves, and for a moment, I felt at peace. But as I turned to head back, I noticed something unusual. Footprints in the mud, human-sized, leading toward the cabin. They were fresh, and there was no one in sight. My heart pounded. I quickened my pace back toward the cabin, trying to remain calm. When I arrived, everything seemed as I had left it. Doors locked, windows shut, nothing out of place. But the footprints didn't end at the cabin. They circled it, disappearing into the trees behind. I spent the rest of the day inside, doors locked, checking the windows repeatedly. Every sound outside made me jump. A branch snapping, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird. My imagination ran wild, and I could feel the fear building, a physical weight pressing against my chest. The night that followed was worse. The footsteps returned, circling the cabin, moving closer at times, retreating at others. I stayed awake, clutching a heavy stick, eyes scanning the shadows. The sounds were deliberate, too precise to be random animals. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move past the window, but it could have been a trick of the firelight. The fear was consuming, gnawing at every rational thought. I had no signal on my phone, no way to call for help if someone was out there. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle of leaves felt like an intruder approaching. By the following morning, I realized I had to take action. I couldn't spend another night trapped in terror. I packed essentials into a backpack: food, water, a knife, flashlight, fire starter, and planned a careful route back to the main road. I took note of landmarks, trees, and rocks so I wouldn't get lost. The forest seemed less threatening in daylight, but I stayed alert, every sound and shadow drawing my attention. As I walked, I thought about what could be happening. Perhaps a hunter or someone camping illegally had noticed the cabin and decided to stalk it. The idea that it could be a malicious person terrified me more than any animal ever could. I moved quietly but quickly, careful to avoid snapping branches or drawing attention. I stopped periodically, listening and scanning the surroundings. Several times, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, and each time I turned, there was nothing. My heart raced, but I reminded myself that fear can play tricks, especially in isolation. Hours later, I reached a small clearing where I could see a distant road. Relief washed over me, but I didn't stop. I hurried the last few hundred meters, emerging onto the gravel road with my backpack strapped tightly. A car drove by slowly, and I waved my arms frantically. The driver stopped, an older man who listened as I explained I had been camping alone and feared someone had been following the cabin. He offered a ride to the nearest town, which I gratefully accepted. Once in town, I reported the situation to the local authorities. They sent officers to investigate the cabin, though by the time they arrived, there was no sign of anyone. No tracks, no footprints, no indication that someone had been circling it. I explained the sounds and the footsteps, and they suggested it could have been hunters, trespassers, or even wildlife that made noises that mimicked human movement. They also warned me that being alone in isolated areas always carried risks, especially in forests where visibility is limited. I returned home exhausted, shaken, but safe. I spent weeks processing the experience, trying to separate the reality from fear. I realized the terror I had felt was both real and amplified by the isolation. My senses had been heightened by solitude, and every ordinary sound had become a threat. Yet, the important thing was that I had survived, taken precautions, and found a way to leave safely. The fear had been intense and consuming, but it had taught me to respect the forest, respect isolation, and respect my own limits. Over time, the memory of the cabin faded into a story I would tell carefully. I avoided exaggeration because the truth, when stripped down, was terrifying enough. Isolation, the unknown, and the awareness that even a small human presence in the wrong place can feel overwhelming. I learned that preparation, vigilance, and clear-headedness were the keys to surviving such situations. The cabin, the forest, and the circling footsteps were no longer haunting shadows in my mind. They were a reminder of resilience and the power of careful observation. I never returned to that cabin. Instead, I chose safer locations. I remember the first moment I decided to go to that cabin. I had been feeling restless for weeks, trapped in the endless gray of city life. The unceasing noise and the constant presence of people I didn't know but who seemed to crowd every moment of my day. I wanted isolation, a place where I could feel the quiet pressing against me, where the world seemed to pause just enough for me to breathe. The cabin was advertised as remote, secluded, the perfect escape for solitude, and I had taken all of that as an invitation to disappear for a few days. What I didn't know then, what I couldn't have imagined, was how fragile the illusion of safety and control really was in the wilderness. The drive alone was long. My car rattled along the winding mountain roads, the kind that climbed steep inclines and dropped down into shadowed valleys with sharp curves and no guardrails. I passed small towns that seemed like they existed only in memory, with gas stations and diners that had not been touched by time but were slowly dying in their own quiet way. I stopped twice to stretch and check the map, though I had downloaded offline directions. The GPS was reliable enough, but even then, I could feel a tension building in my chest as the pavement gave way to dirt roads. The last mile was the worst. Gravel crunched under my tires, and the trees closed in on both sides, their trunks so close that the headlights barely illuminated them. It felt like I was driving into a tunnel made of bark and leaves. Every so often, a deer would dart across the road, and I would slam on the brakes, my heart thudding, my breath caught in my throat. There was no one else on the road. No sounds of distant cars, no barking dogs, nothing but the whisper of wind in the pines. By the time I finally saw the cabin, tucked into a hollow between two small rises, it was already late afternoon, and the sun was slicing through the trees in long orange fingers. The cabin was smaller than I expected, but solid. Weathered wood, a steeply pitched roof, and a small porch with two rocking chairs that were faded and cracked. I parked my car, grabbed my backpack, and took in the place, circling it slowly. There was no cell reception, just as advertised. I felt a flutter of anxiety, but I also felt exhilarated. Finally, I was somewhere untouched, somewhere no one could bother me. The interior smelled like old wood and a faint trace of mildew. Dust motes floated in the beams of light coming through the windows. There was a small kitchen with a gas stove, a sink, and a countertop, though no food supplies were left. I unpacked my things, set up my sleeping bag on the single bed, and took stock. There was a stack of firewood near the fireplace, and I felt a strange reassurance knowing I could light it if the temperature dropped. I made a mental note to do that before dark. The first night was quiet in the way the city never could be. Absolute silence, broken only by occasional creaks in the cabin, the sound of wind moving through the trees, and the distant tap of a branch against the roof. I slept lightly, waking several times to the rhythm of my own heartbeat in the stillness. When I got up the next morning, the sunlight had shifted, illuminating a fine layer of frost on the ground outside. I made coffee, brewed it slowly on the small stove, and sat on the porch, sipping it and watching as mist curled along the treeline. The forest was alive, but it moved at a pace so slow that it seemed almost unreal. I decided to explore the area. I had no real plan, only a vague sense that I wanted to stretch my legs and see what was nearby. The trail behind the cabin was narrow and poorly marked, overgrown in places, and the further I walked, the more I felt the solitude pressing in. I passed a small creek, its water clear and icy, and paused to fill my water bottle. As I bent over, I noticed a large rock partially submerged in the creek. Something about it made me uneasy, though I couldn't say why. I shook the feeling off and continued, telling myself it was the isolation playing tricks on my mind. Hours passed. I wandered deeper than I had intended, losing track of distance and direction. The forest thickened, and the ground became uneven, littered with roots and loose stones. I felt a sense of being watched, though each time I looked around, there was nothing but trees. The rational part of my mind reminded me that wildlife was abundant here. Deer, maybe a fox or a bear, but the way the feeling lingered made my stomach knot. I tried to keep my pace steady, telling myself I would turn back soon. By late afternoon, I realized I was disoriented. The sun had begun to dip, and shadows stretched long and sharp across the forest floor. I tried to use the landmarks I had passed, but everything looked the same. Tall pines, undergrowth, occasional moss-covered boulders. The sense of being alone shifted from peaceful solitude to a tense awareness that I had underestimated this place. I felt the first flicker of real fear, a creeping sense that I might not find my way back easily. I pulled out my map and compass, but the compass needle quivered as though uncertain. My phone had no signal as expected, so no GPS to rescue me. I retraced my steps slowly, marking trees with small scratches of my knife so I could identify where I had been. The sun dipped lower, and a cold wind moved through the forest. The chill bit at my face and hands, and the shadows seemed to deepen unnaturally, merging into the shapes of trees and rocks in ways that made my mind leap to worst-case scenarios. Night fell faster than I anticipated. I realized I would not make it back to the cabin before dark. I scanned the area for a safe place to spend the night. There was a slight clearing not far from the trail I had been following, where I could at least see around me. I built a small fire using the branches and dry leaves I had collected, and I sat close to it, trying to keep my mind calm. The crackling fire offered a small comfort, its warmth against the biting cold, its light against the engulfing darkness. I listened to the forest, straining to distinguish harmless sounds from threats. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me flinch. Sleep was fitful. I dozed in short bursts, waking to the cold and the noises outside. At one point, I heard the distant howl of an animal, maybe a wolf or a coyote, though I could not be certain. It was far, but the sound carried with it a weight of isolation that pressed heavily against my chest. I told myself to stay calm, to focus on what I could control: the fire, my location, and my actions in the morning. Dawn brought relief. The fire had burned low but had not gone out entirely. I stretched my aching body, my muscles stiff from the uneven ground, and assessed my situation. Using the sun's position and the small landmarks I remembered, I began retracing my path carefully. It was slow going. I slipped on loose stones and roots, cut myself slightly on branches, and stumbled more than once. Yet with each step, I felt a growing sense of determination. I could survive this. I could find my way back. Hours later, I saw the cabin's roof peeking through the trees. The sight filled me with a mix of exhaustion and relief so profound that I nearly cried. I approached cautiously, checking for any dangers I might have missed, but the area was calm, almost peaceful. The cabin seemed unchanged, still standing like a sentinel, still offering shelter. I opened the door and stepped inside, letting the safety of the walls and the familiar space wash over me. The next days passed slowly but uneventfully. I stayed close to the cabin, exploring only short distances during daylight. I built a more secure fire pit, arranged supplies in case of emergencies, and took long walks along the edges of the property, always marking my path. The isolation still pressed in at times, and the sounds of the forest could make me jump, but I learned to manage the anxiety with preparation and awareness. I realized that the fear I had experienced wasn't from any external threat, but from underestimating the wilderness, from overestimating my ability to control an environment so vast and indifferent. By the time I left, I had developed a cautious respect for the place. I packed my things carefully, leaving the cabin as I had found it, and walked the trail back to my car in daylight. I glanced back once, seeing the roof just above the treeline, the porch catching the last rays of morning sun. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, a reminder that nature was not malevolent but also not concerned with my comfort. I drove away slowly, the dirt road stretching behind me, feeling the lingering tension of the past days in my muscles and mind. Even now, when I think back, I remember the quiet, the cold, the firelight, and the overwhelming sense of being completely alone in a world that had no regard for me. But I also remember the clarity that came with surviving it, the satisfaction of finding my way back, the deep, unshakable sense of accomplishment. I learned that fear in such a place is natural, that it sharpens your senses, that it teaches you to pay attention in ways the city never can. And most importantly, I learned that preparation, patience, and respect for the environment are the only tools you can truly rely on when everything else is stripped away. I had been planning this cabin trip for months. I had grown tired of the noise and movement of the city, the constant buzz of traffic, the lights that never went out, and the people who never seemed to stop talking or asking questions. I wanted solitude. I wanted a place where the air was thick and quiet, where I could feel like I existed without anyone else noticing or caring. The cabin I rented was far off the main roads, accessible only by a narrow dirt track that wound through the woods for miles. It was the kind of place where your phone signal disappeared halfway through the drive and stayed gone until you returned. That, to me, was perfect. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was low, spilling orange light through the treetops, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly on both sides of the path. The cabin itself was older than I had imagined. Its wooden exterior was weathered, the paint peeling in strips along the walls, and a thin layer of moss clung stubbornly to the roof. It had been maintained enough to keep out the rain, but the porch creaked under my weight, and the screen door groaned as I pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled of damp wood, dust, and the faint trace of mold. There were cobwebs in the corners, but nothing too overwhelming. The furniture was sparse. A rickety table, a couple of chairs, a small bed with a thin mattress, and a wood-burning stove that looked like it had been used last during the previous winter. I set my bag down and took a deep breath, feeling that familiar thrill that always came when I found myself somewhere completely alone. I spent the next hour walking around the cabin, inspecting everything. I checked the windows, making sure they latched properly. I examined the stove, the pipes, and the small water tank, confirming that I had everything I needed to survive a few days here. When I finally settled on the floor in front of the stove with a cup of instant coffee, the wind had begun to pick up outside, rattling the trees and carrying the scent of wet soil and leaves. I liked that too, the sound of the world moving outside while I remained perfectly still, contained in my little wooden box in the forest. By nightfall, the forest had transformed into a different world. The sun had dropped entirely, leaving the woods dark and thick with shadows. The only light came from the weak glow of the moon filtering through the trees, and the occasional flicker of an owl or raccoon moving among the underbrush. I made a small fire in the stove, feeling the warmth spread slowly through the room. The crackle of the flames, the occasional pop of a burning twig, and the smell of burning would create a strange comfort, but at the same time, there was a tension in the air I could not shake. I was not a person who panicked easily. I had spent enough time in remote places to know that sounds in the forest were usually harmless, that most animals were more scared of me than I was of them. Still, as the night deepened, a subtle unease began to creep in. The wind had grown stronger, shaking the branches against the cabin walls. Somewhere in the distance, a branch cracked sharply, sounding far too close for comfort. I tried to ignore it, attributing it to a deer or some other large animal moving through the forest. Sleep was slow to come. I lay on the bed, listening to the wind, the trees, and the occasional sound of something scraping against the cabin's exterior. Once or twice, I thought I saw shadows moving outside the window, but when I focused, there was nothing there. I told myself I was imagining things. Cabin trips often did that. Made your mind alert, waiting for trouble, twisting ordinary sounds into threats. Eventually, Exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a shallow, uneasy sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to a sound that made my heart race. It was a low, dragging noise, deliberate and heavy, coming from the side of the cabin. I froze, straining to hear. It came again, slow and measured, as if someone or something was dragging a large object along the ground. My first thought was that it could be a fallen tree branch being moved by the wind, but the sound did not vary with the gusts outside. It was deliberate. It moved closer. My stomach tightened. I sat up quietly, listening. The dragging sound stopped for a moment, then shifted, coming from the other side of the cabin. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to breathe slowly. I remembered the small axe I had leaned against the wall near the stove. I reached for it, my hands trembling more than I wanted them to, and slowly stood, trying to make as little noise as possible. The cabin creaked under my weight, and I winced, hoping it hadn't drawn attention. I moved to the window and peered out into the dark. My eyes strained to make out anything in the shadows. There was nothing, no shapes, no movement, nothing but the sway of the trees. Yet the sense of being watched was overwhelming. My mind raced through every possible explanation. Trespassers seemed unlikely, given how isolated the cabin was. Could it be an animal? Maybe, but nothing this large, this methodical. I decided to investigate. I crept to the door, opened it slowly, and stepped out onto the porch. The cold night air hit me immediately. I listened, and the forest seemed vast and quiet, the dragging sound gone. I looked around the cabin, scanning the shadows with a flashlight. Everything appeared undisturbed. The wind had thrown a few branches onto the ground, but nothing indicated human presence. Still, the feeling of unease remained. Something wasn't right. I returned inside, bolting the door and sliding the axe closer to me. I spent the next hour sitting by the stove, flashlight in hand, checking every window, listening intently. The dragging sound never returned. Eventually, I managed to calm myself enough to lie back down, though I kept the axe within arm's reach. Morning brought little relief. The forest was bathed in sunlight, but the strange tension of the previous night lingered. As I moved around the cabin, inspecting the surroundings, I found evidence that made my stomach drop. Along the edge of the woods, pressed into the soft, damp earth, were deep, irregular marks. Footprints, much larger than mine, dragging in a way that suggested weight, as if someone had been pulling something heavy. The marks led from the tree-line to the side of the cabin and then disappeared. I realized I had not imagined the dragging sound after all. I spent the day cautiously examining the cabin, reinforcing the doors and checking the windows for any weaknesses. I stayed alert, moving slowly, deliberately, making sure to avoid making unnecessary noise. My mind conjured every possible explanation. A poacher, a thief, someone hiding in the forest. Every scenario made the pit in my stomach grow heavier. That night, I slept even less. The darkness felt thick, pressing against the cabin walls. Every small noise, the rattle of the stove, the creak of a chair, the groan of the cabin itself was magnified. Around midnight, the dragging sound returned, louder this time, more deliberate, circling the cabin slowly. I gripped the axe tightly, my knuckles white, trying to remain silent. The sound stopped suddenly, then came from the back of the cabin. My heart felt like it would burst. I made the decision to leave. I waited, listening, counting the moments, then moved quietly to grab my bag. The dragging stopped. I crept to the door, opened it, and froze. Just beyond the porch, I saw movement. A figure, hunched slightly, dragging what appeared to be a large sack or bundle. It stopped, turned slightly, and my flashlight beam caught a flash of a reflective surface. Metal, maybe a knife or tool. My mind screamed for me to run. I bolted, moving as fast as I could toward the dirt road. I ran without looking back, stumbling over roots and rocks, adrenaline fueling me. I did not slow until the forest opened onto the main road. My lungs burned, my body shook, but I could see the faint lights of a town in the distance. I ran straight to the nearest house, pounding on the door until someone answered. I was breathless, terrified, barely able to explain what had happened. The neighbors called the local authorities, who followed me back to the cabin in the morning. By the time the police arrived, the figure was gone. They found signs of someone having been inside the cabin. Small disturbances, footprints, faint drag marks inside, but nothing stolen. They could not explain why the intruder left or what the bundle contained. They assured me I had done the right thing, that leaving was the safest choice. I never returned to that cabin. I learned something important that week. Solitude in the wilderness is fragile. The forest is not empty, and even when it seems still, there is life out there, sometimes dangerous, sometimes human. I still crave quiet, but I have never sought it as far from the world again. The image of that figure, hunched and dragging, remains vivid in my memory. The reminder that real fear is not about shadows or stories, but about things you cannot control and people you cannot predict. I realized that night that preparation is never enough when randomness meets intent. Months later, I went back to the forest, not I had been planning the trip for months, trying to find a place far enough from the city to completely disconnect. Work had been relentless for weeks, and I could feel the stress building in my chest like a heavy weight. The idea of spending a few days in a remote cabin deep in the woods had sounded perfect, a chance to breathe without the constant hum of traffic or the relentless ping of notifications. The cabin was small, isolated, and tucked into a thick stand of pine trees about 3 hours from the nearest town. There were no neighbors for miles, no roads that led directly to it, only a narrow dirt trail that had clearly been used occasionally but not maintained. The images I had seen online made it look peaceful, even cozy, with a small porch, a stone chimney, and windows that promised views of the surrounding forest. I didn't know it then, but that isolation would soon feel suffocating in a way I couldn't have imagined. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The road ended abruptly, and the last few miles involved winding through a trail so rough that I had to slow to a crawl. Trees pressed close on either side, and the branches scraped against the side of my car. By the time I parked, the sun was dipping low, casting long, uneven shadows across the dirt path. I could hear the faint rustle of the wind through the trees, a sound that was normally calming but now seemed louder in the stillness of the forest. Carrying my bags, I walked up to the cabin, feeling a strange mix of excitement and unease. The cabin looked exactly as it did in the photos, but seeing it in person, surrounded by nothing but trees and darkness creeping over the forest floor, made it feel far more isolated than I had anticipated. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust and old wood. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and there was a faint musty odor, probably from being closed up for months. I set down my bags and took stock of the space. There was a small kitchen area with a sink and a propane stove, a single bedroom with a bed and a dresser, and a living area with a small couch and a wood-burning fireplace. The windows were thick and old, and the glass had a faint cloudiness, distorting the forest outside in a way that was slightly unsettling. I unpacked slowly, methodically, trying to settle in. As the sun disappeared completely and the darkness deepened, I realized how quiet it had become. There was no distant hum of cars, no planes, no neighbors, no dogs barking, just the soft sound of wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin itself. At first, it was peaceful, almost soothing, but as the shadows lengthened and the light faded completely, the stillness began to feel heavy, almost oppressive. I made a fire in the fireplace, hoping the crackle and warmth would push back the creeping feeling of being alone. The fire cast flickering shadows on the walls, making the cabin feel alive in a way that was oddly unnerving. I tried to distract myself by organizing the supplies I had brought: food, water, a few books, and my journal. I wrote down a few thoughts, trying to calm my mind, but my attention kept drifting to the windows. The forest seemed darker than it had before, the trees casting strange shapes in the firelight. Occasionally, I thought I heard movement outside, subtle rustling that could have been the wind or an animal, but my heart raced each time. I told myself it was nothing. It had to be nothing. Night came fully, and the forest became a dense, black void outside the cabin walls. I went to bed early, the fire still burning low in the fireplace. Sleep came slowly, interrupted by the sounds of the night. I could hear twigs snapping, leaves rustling, and every small sound felt amplified in the darkness. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps approaching the cabin. I froze, listening. Nothing. Just the wind, probably. My mind was playing tricks on me. I eventually drifted into a fitful sleep. The next morning, the sun rose slowly, filtering weakly through the trees. I felt a small relief seeing the light, though the isolation was still palpable. I spent the day exploring the surrounding woods, taking in the dense forest, the uneven ground, and the sense of being completely alone. I saw signs of wildlife, tracks in the dirt, distant birds, but no other people. The more I walked, the more aware I became of how far I was from any help. I realized that if something went wrong, there would be no one for miles. That thought lingered in my mind like a shadow, growing heavier as the day went on. That evening, I returned to the cabin, exhausted and slightly uneasy. The sun had set faster than I expected, and the forest was already swallowing the light. I lit the fireplace again, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. I checked the windows carefully, making sure everything was secure, and double-checked that the doors were locked. Still, there was a sense of unease that I couldn't shake, a tension in my chest that made me restless. I tried reading, tried distracting myself with my journal, but the noises outside, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, kept me on edge. Around midnight, the noises outside intensified. It wasn't just the wind or random animal movement anymore. There were definite sounds of deliberate movement, crunching steps on the dirt path, pauses, and then more movement. I stayed still, straining my ears, trying to determine the direction. The forest around the cabin felt alive in a way it hadn't before, as if something was moving with purpose. I checked the locks again, but the thought of someone actually being out there filled me with dread. The logical part of my mind said it was probably a deer or some other animal, but my instincts screamed otherwise. Hours passed in tense silence. I didn't sleep. I sat by the fireplace, watching the shadows dance across the walls, listening for any sound. When I finally felt the first rays of sunlight, I stepped outside cautiously. The forest was calm, deceptively peaceful. There were no footprints leading to the cabin, no evidence of human presence, just the usual signs of wildlife. I told myself that it had been the wind, that I had imagined it all. But the tension remained, a lingering unease that I couldn't explain. The days that followed were a slow spiral of growing tension. Every sound in the forest seemed exaggerated, every shadow in the cabin larger than it should have been. I explored further from the cabin, taking care to mark my path so I could return. But each excursion only heightened my awareness of how isolated I truly was. The silence of the forest pressed on me like a weight. I kept thinking about how long it would take for anyone to realize if something happened to me out here. My phone had little signal and there was no one for miles. The thought of being completely alone, with no one to call for help, gnawed at me constantly. I tried to distract myself with small tasks, cleaning the cabin, chopping wood, preparing food. I even started journaling in detail, noting every sound, every movement, and every thought. Writing helped calm me somewhat, giving me a sense of control over the chaos in my mind. But each night, as darkness fell, the tension returned. I would sit by the fire, listening to the forest, counting the seconds between sounds, convincing myself that the snapping twigs, the rustling leaves, the distant calls of birds were all harmless. Still, the feeling of being watched never left. It was on the fourth night that I realized how tense I had become. I was pacing the cabin, my nerves frayed, the fire barely keeping the room warm. I kept checking the windows, the doors, the surrounding forest. Every sound outside made my heart leap. Every shadow seemed to grow and shift. I felt trapped in a tiny space, my mind racing with every possible scenario. I kept thinking about the isolation, about how unprepared I was to deal with an emergency alone. The fear was no longer just a fleeting feeling. It had settled into my bones, heavy and constant. I had been looking forward to this cabin trip for months. The weeks leading up to it were filled with endless work emails, late nights, and the constant hum of city life pressing down on me. The idea of escaping to a small, remote cabin in the mountains was intoxicating, a chance to disconnect entirely and just be alone with myself and nature. I had packed meticulously, checking and double-checking my list. Food for a week, water, first aid kit, extra blankets, batteries, flashlight, camping stove, fuel, a small axe, a hunting knife, rope, and a few tools that might be useful if anything went wrong. I wanted to be prepared for anything, and part of me knew that being in such isolation could easily turn dangerous if I wasn't careful. The drive to the cabin was long. The map had shown a winding, narrow road that led deep into the mountains, away from towns and gas stations. As the hours passed, the pavement gave way to gravel, then to dirt tracks that twisted through dense forests. The trees became thicker, their branches intertwining overhead so that sunlight barely broke through. Occasionally, I would see old, abandoned houses or cabins, their roofs collapsed and paint peeling, as if nature had started reclaiming them decades ago. Each one gave me a subtle sense of unease, but I told myself it was just my imagination, feeding off the isolation and the silence of the forest. By late afternoon, I finally arrived at the cabin. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, far enough from the road that no passing cars or trucks would disturb the silence. The cabin was modest, made of logs, with a slanted roof and a small porch at the front. It looked sturdy, though aged, and a thin trail of smoke curling from the chimney indicated someone had been there recently, or that it had been cleaned and prepped for guests. I parked my car beside the porch, grabbed my backpack, and went inside. The interior was simple. A small kitchen area with a wood stove, a table, a few chairs, a sofa that had seen better days, and a single bedroom with a double bed. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke and pine. I unpacked slowly, putting food in the small fridge, arranging my gear neatly in the corner, and checking the fireplace. I wanted to make sure everything was safe before nightfall. The sun was already low when I finished, casting long shadows across the room. I lit a fire in the stove, the flames crackling and warming the room immediately. Evening fell quickly. I ate a simple dinner and then sat by the fire, letting the quiet settle around me. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and every so often I could hear the faint rustle of something moving in the underbrush. I tried to convince myself it was just wildlife, deer, rabbits, maybe a fox, but the sound was oddly deliberate, almost like something was testing the boundaries of the clearing. I shook the thought off. I had always been cautious, and I knew the forest could play tricks on your mind when you were alone. As darkness fell, I went outside briefly to check my surroundings. The sky was clear, and the stars were sharp and bright. The air was cold but clean, the kind that makes your lungs feel like they are expanding for the first time in months. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, shining my flashlight into the trees, making sure nothing was too close, nothing could surprise me. It all seemed fine. When I returned inside, I bolted the door, locked the windows, and checked the small axe I had stored by the bed. The isolation was unnerving, but I told myself that I was capable and prepared. The first night passed without incident. I woke occasionally to strange noises, a branch snapping far away, the faint thud of something against another tree, the soft scuffle of paws on dry leaves. Each time, I told myself it was a deer or a raccoon, but the unease never fully left. Morning brought light and warmth, and I ventured out to explore the immediate surroundings. The forest was dense, and every step I took was muffled by thick layers of needles and leaves. I found a small creek, its water crystal clear, and marked it on my mental map for future use. I spotted animal tracks, some familiar, some not. I made a note to be careful, particularly after nightfall. The second day was spent collecting firewood, reinforcing the cabin windows with extra planks I found in the shed, and organizing my supplies. I was meticulous, obsessively checking everything multiple times. By evening, the sun had once again disappeared behind the mountains, and the forest was enveloped in darkness. I lit the fire, sat close to it, and listened. The wind had picked up, rustling the treetops and occasionally carrying sounds from deeper in the forest. There was a pattern now, Soft rustling, a pause, then another sound a little closer. My heart rate increased slightly each time, but I reminded myself that I was alone, alert, and fully capable of defending myself if necessary. The third night, the feeling of being watched became undeniable. It started subtly with a slight shifting in the shadows outside the window, a hint of movement that didn't match the wind. Then came the crunching, slow, deliberate steps on the forest floor, circling the cabin, sometimes stopping for long stretches before moving again. I didn't dare go outside. I watched the shadows dance, my flashlight lying across my lap, the axe within reach. Every instinct in my body was screaming that something was out there, something with intent, but I refused to let fear take control. Sleep was almost impossible. I stayed awake in intervals, fire crackling in the stove, eyes fixed on the darkness outside the window. At one point, I thought I saw a figure, tall and human-shaped, moving between the trees. I couldn't be sure, but I felt the immediate need to prepare. I barricaded the door further with a chair, checked my knife and axe, and mentally rehearsed what I would do if someone tried to enter. Hours passed like this, every sound amplified, every shadow a potential threat. By morning, I was exhausted but alive. The next day, I considered leaving. The isolation was no longer peaceful. It had become dangerous. I packed essential items into my backpack, leaving heavier supplies behind, and began hiking toward the road. The forest seemed quieter in daylight, but my senses remained heightened. Every rustle, every crack of a branch sent my pulse racing. I moved deliberately, keeping to areas where I could see farther ahead, avoiding dense brush that could hide someone or something. Hours passed. I followed a stream I had marked earlier, using it as a guide. The sun was low when I finally reached the old dirt road. Relief washed over me, but I stayed cautious, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. I walked along the road, knowing that eventually it would lead to a small town or a gas station where I could call for help if needed. By late evening, I reached a place where the road widened enough for a house to be visible in the distance. I approached cautiously, and a man emerged, surprised to see me so far from town. He listened as I explained my situation and offered to drive me back to civilization. On the drive, I recounted everything I had experienced. The man nodded, solemnly, and admitted that the forest around that particular cabin had been known for occasional intruders and hunters who strayed too close to cabins. No one had ever been seriously harmed, but the warnings were clear. Isolation can be dangerous, and being alone in that area at night without proper precautions was risky. I returned home, safe but shaken. The experience stayed with me for weeks. I couldn't forget the feeling of being watched, the deliberate movements in the dark, and the isolation that transformed a peaceful retreat into something terrifying. I realized that my obsession with preparedness had saved me. The axe, the flashlight, the careful planning, all of it gave me a chance to survive. I also learned a more important lesson. Nature is beautiful, but it can also be unforgiving, especially when combined with isolation and unknown humans. Months later, I returned to the forest, but not to that cabin. Instead, I hiked during the day in company with friends, carefully sticking to marked trails. The memory of that week in the cabin remained vivid. The hours of silence that weren't silent at all, the rustling just beyond my sight, the fear that never let up. I understood now that fear isn't always irrational. Sometimes it is a signal, a warning from your instincts, and ignoring it can be dangerous. I eventually told my story to a few close friends, carefully emphasizing the importance of preparation and caution. I made maps, marked potential dangers, and shared tips on how to avoid risky situations in isolated areas. Over time, the experience became less terrifying in memory and more of a lesson. I still think about that cabin, sometimes vividly, the smell of pine and smoke, the cold air biting my cheeks, the shadows that seemed almost alive. But I also think about the way I survived, how every precaution I had taken mattered, and how I had returned safely to the world beyond the trees. In the end, the forest had tested me. It had shown me the thin line between peace and danger, and how quickly isolation could turn into fear. But it had also taught me resilience, careful observation, and the importance of never underestimating I had been driving for hours, the highway stretching in front of me like a pale ribbon under the low autumn sun. The leaves had turned, a mixture of gold, orange, and brown, and the wind tossed them across the road. I had planned this trip for months, a chance to get away from the noise of the city, from work, from the constant hum of people and obligations. I wanted solitude, the kind of silence that makes you aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat. I had rented a cabin deep in the woods, far enough from the nearest town that my cell phone might as well have been useless. It was advertised online as remote and peaceful, surrounded by miles of forest, with a small creek running nearby. That sounded perfect. The drive had been long, and by the time I turned off the main road onto the gravel path that led to the cabin, the sun was already low in the sky. The road narrowed, the trees closing in from either side, their branches scratching at the windows as if trying to slow me down. The gravel crunched under the tires, and I could feel the tension in my shoulders beginning to loosen, replaced by a different kind of alertness. The forest felt alive here in a way the city never did. Not in a threatening way, just aware of me, and I was aware of it. I parked my car in front of the cabin, a modest wooden structure that looked older than the photos online had suggested. The paint was chipped in some places, and the roof sagged slightly, but it had character. I unloaded my bag and carried it inside. The cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp earth, a scent that was both comforting and strange. Dust floated in the beams of the remaining sunlight that filtered through the windows. There was a small kitchen, a living area with a couch and a fireplace, and a bedroom in the back. I set my things down, unpacked some essentials, and went outside to explore. The creek was just a short walk away, trickling over rocks, the sound sharper than I had expected, echoing in the quiet. The forest stretched beyond that, dense and unbroken, with tall pines and oaks that blocked the horizon. I felt a thrill, that sense of isolation that I had been craving. The first night was quiet, almost unnaturally so. No traffic, no distant neighbors, only the occasional rustle of animals moving through the trees. I sat by the window, sipping coffee, watching the darkness settle over the forest. The wind made the branches creak, and the moonlight cast strange shadows that danced across the walls. I tried to focus on the sound of the creek, letting it lull me into a sense of calm. Around midnight, I woke to a faint noise, almost like a whisper, or maybe a scraping sound against the cabin wall. I froze, listening. My mind tried to rationalize it. The wind moving branches, a small animal brushing against the siding, anything but what my imagination wanted to suggest. After a few tense minutes, the sound stopped and I drifted back to sleep, though I lay awake longer than usual, alert to every snap of a twig, every rustle outside the window. The next day I spent hiking. I had brought a map, though it was more for comfort than necessity. The trails were faint, almost non-existent, but I liked that. There was a narrow path that led to a small clearing about a mile from the cabin, with a view of the mountains in the distance. The air was crisp, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns. I spent hours walking, noting the way the forest changed as I moved deeper in. Birds moved through the trees, and small animals scurried at my feet. I felt a strange mix of exhilaration and unease, as if the woods were beautiful and threatening at the same time. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed the door slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it, though I couldn't be 100% sure. A chill ran down my spine. I stepped inside, checking every corner. Nothing seemed disturbed, nothing missing, but that sense of being watched lingered. I told myself it was just the isolation, the way the mind starts to invent sounds and movements in the dark. The second night was worse. The wind had picked up, rattling the windows and howling through the trees. The creek sounded louder, almost like it was rushing, though I knew it hadn't changed. I tried to read by the fireplace, but the shadows seemed to move unnaturally, stretching and contracting. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. A scraping sound, this time coming from the back of the cabin, near the bedroom window. I held my breath, listening. Then it stopped. Then came a soft knock. 1, 2, 3. I froze, heart racing. There was no one for miles. My mind screamed at me to grab the phone, but there was no signal. I thought about the lock on the door, the old bolt that looked sturdy enough, and tried to calm myself. The knocking came again, softer this time, more deliberate. I realized it wasn't wind. Not really. I crept toward the bedroom, keeping my body low, and peered out the window. Nothing. Just the dark forest, moving shadows, and the pale reflection of the moon. I stayed awake the rest of the night, flashlight in hand, checking every sound. Every creak in the floorboards, every branch scraping the siding, made me jump. Sleep was impossible. By morning, exhaustion had taken over, but I was tense, watching the forest with an almost frantic attention. The next day, I decided to explore further, rationalizing that staying put would only heighten my paranoia. I packed my bag, brought water and snacks, and headed down a faint trail that led deeper into the woods. Hours passed. The forest was beautiful, as always, but I noticed strange things. Footprints that weren't mine, broken branches and patterns that didn't make sense, signs that something else had been moving through the forest, deliberately avoiding me. I told myself it was a deer or a bear, anything natural, but the feeling in my chest told me otherwise. As I turned back, the sky began to darken. Clouds rolled in faster than I expected, and a storm was brewing. I increased my pace, my boots sinking into the soft earth, branches whipping at my arms. When I finally reached the cabin, I saw something that made my stomach turn. Footprints leading up to the front porch, large, deliberate, not my own. I froze. They stopped at the door. I ran inside, locked the door, and barricaded it with a chair. The storm hit hard that night, rain pelting the windows, wind rattling the roof. I stayed in the living room, flashlight on, peeking out at the forest through the blinds. And then I heard it, slow, heavy breathing, coming from the back of the cabin. My heart felt like it would burst through my chest. The back door was locked, the windows closed, and yet the sound persisted, deep and low, punctuated by soft footsteps on the floorboards. I thought about calling the police, but the lack of signal made it impossible. I considered running to the car, but the rain and mud would make that dangerous. The storm seemed endless. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that maybe it was an animal, but the pattern of the footsteps, the timing of the breathing, felt human, and that terrified me more than anything else. Hours passed. I kept moving from window to window, listening, watching. The storm eventually subsided, leaving the forest wet and gleaming under a pale morning sun. Exhausted, I stepped outside to assess the situation. Nothing. No footprints beyond the porch. No sign that anyone had been inside. The forest looked as innocent as ever. The creek bubbling quietly. Birds starting to sing again. I spent the next day cleaning, inspecting, making sure everything was secure. I even reinforced the doors and windows with spare boards I found in the shed. Every shadow, every small sound, made me tense, but I told myself I had survived the night, that whatever had happened, I was still safe. I stayed vigilant, keeping my belongings near me and the flashlight on hand. By the third night, I started to feel more in control. I lit a fire in the fireplace, made some food, and allowed myself to relax slightly. The sense of isolation was still there, but it felt less like a trap and more like the quiet I had come here to find. The next morning, I decided I would leave the cabin the day after. I didn't want to push my luck. The hike back to the main road was long and difficult. I packed up everything, leaving nothing behind, and trudged through the mud and fallen leaves. The forest seemed peaceful again, almost welcoming, but I kept my senses alert, glancing behind me every few steps. The gravel road finally appeared, and I walked until I reached a small gas station at the intersection. I called the police, reported the strange noises, the footprints, and the feeling of someone being near the cabin. They noted my report but said they could only check the area if I returned with them. I didn't want to. I just wanted to leave. Driving back, I thought about what had happened. Nothing supernatural, nothing fantastical, just the reality of being alone in a remote place, where every sound could be a threat and every shadow could hide something or someone. I realized that fear was a part of the world, that it didn't need ghosts to exist. Being alone, isolated, and exposed could be terrifying enough. The I had been planning this trip for months. The idea of spending a week alone in a remote cabin deep in the woods had seemed like a perfect escape from the constant noise of the city. From the endless ringing of phones, the pressure of work, and the small, suffocating routines that had begun to weigh on me like heavy chains. The cabin was far off any main road, set at the end of a narrow, dirt path that twisted and turned through the forest for miles before finally opening onto a small clearing. It was the kind of place that looked inviting in pictures, with a small porch, a few weathered chairs, and a fireplace that promised warmth on cold nights. The surrounding forest was dense, the kind of thick, green growth that seemed impenetrable if you left the trail. That isolation, which had drawn me there in the first place, would also come to define every nerve in my body over the course of the following week. I arrived in the early afternoon, driving my old hatchback down the winding dirt road, the tires kicking up small clouds of dust with every turn. The sky was clear, a crisp blue, and the sunlight glinted off the leaves in sharp, dazzling patterns. Birds called occasionally from the trees, and a breeze stirred the tall grass at the edges of the path. It was the kind of day that promised peace, but as soon as I turned onto the small driveway that led to the cabin, a subtle unease began to settle in my chest. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures I had seen online, but in person it seemed smaller, tighter, almost too compact for comfort. The wood was weathered, with dark stains from years of rain, and the windows reflected the surrounding trees in an almost unsettling way, like they were absorbing the forest rather than showing it back. I parked the car near the porch and stepped out, taking a deep breath of the forest air. It smelled of pine and damp earth, a smell that was at once refreshing and slightly oppressive. I carried my bags inside, noting the quiet as I crossed the threshold. There was no sound of wind through the trees here, not even the soft hum of insects. The cabin itself was modest but functional. A small kitchen with a gas stove, a table with 2 chairs, a bed pushed against the wall in the main living space, and the fireplace with a small stack of wood beside it. There was a bathroom tucked into a corner, and the water ran clear and cold from the taps. I set down my bags, unpacked my clothes, and began to settle in. I made a simple lunch from the supplies I had brought, bread, cheese, and a few cans of soup, and ate slowly, listening to the silence that seemed to press against the walls. It was deeper than any silence I had known in the city, and it felt almost alive, like the forest itself was holding its breath, watching me. By mid-afternoon, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The clearing was surrounded on all sides by dense trees, mostly pines with a scattering of maples and oaks. The ground was uneven, covered with roots and fallen branches, and the forest floor was soft with layers of needles and decaying leaves. I followed a narrow path that led away from the cabin, winding deeper into the woods. At first, everything seemed calm. I saw small animals, squirrels and birds mostly, but as I walked further, the forest began to feel more isolated. The path narrowed, and the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead and casting long shadows across the ground even though the sun was still high. I began to feel a faint prickle of anxiety, an awareness that I was far from any help, far from anyone who could hear me if something went wrong. I turned back before the shadows grew too long, returning to the cabin as the sun dipped closer to the horizon. I started a small fire in the fireplace, the crackling flames casting flickering light across the walls. I prepared a simple dinner and ate while the shadows deepened around me. The sounds of the forest at night were different from those during the day. The wind moved through the trees in low, hollow whispers, and the animals became more active, rustling in the underbrush just beyond the edge of the clearing. Every sound seemed amplified, sharper, as though the darkness itself were listening. It was the first night that things began to feel wrong. I had gone to bed early, hoping to sleep through the strange, oppressive feeling that had settled over the cabin. The bed was firm and uncomfortable, but I eventually drifted into a light sleep. I woke sometime in the middle of the night to the sound of something moving outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized the noise had weight, a deliberate sound of something large pressing against the underbrush. I lay frozen, listening, my heart beating hard in my chest. The noise circled the cabin slowly, pausing at points, then moving again. I did not leave the bed, telling myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was too heavy, too deliberate for any small animal. I stayed awake for hours, listening to the movement, until the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. The next day, I tried to shake off the anxiety. I went for another walk, this time taking my backpack with water, a flashlight, and my small hatchet for protection. I followed the path that led deeper into the forest, noting the details of the environment as I went. The trees grew taller and the undergrowth thicker, and I began to notice signs that I was not the only one moving through these woods. Broken branches, footprints in the soft earth that were too large to be my own, and in a small muddy patch near a stream, I saw the faint impression of an animal track, but larger than any deer I knew. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it, but the pit in my stomach grew as I continued walking. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snap of a twig, made me jump, my senses on high alert. I returned to the cabin earlier than planned, feeling the tension coiling in my shoulders. Over the following days, the isolation began to gnaw at me. I checked and rechecked the locks on the cabin doors and windows, made sure the firewood was stacked securely, and kept a careful watch on the perimeter. Every sound outside seemed magnified, the snap of branches, the distant call of a bird, even the movement of the leaves in the wind. I found myself imagining all sorts of scenarios. A person lost in the woods, someone watching me, or even an animal coming closer than it should. My sleep became fitful. I would wake repeatedly to the sound of movement outside, and every time I did, my heart would leap into my throat. I began to notice the smallest details, the way the shadows shifted on the walls, the pattern of light through the window, even the way the air smelled after a rain. Each detail became a potential threat in my mind. One afternoon, I was chopping wood outside when I saw something that made my blood run cold. At the edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a tree, I caught a glimpse of a person, or someone who looked like a person. They were standing perfectly still, observing me. I froze immediately, dropping the axe, my mind racing. When I moved slightly, they vanished, as though they had melted into the forest. I spent the next hour scanning the tree line, but there was no sign of them. I could not tell if I had imagined it, but the sense of being watched never left me again. Every sound, every shadow, seemed to suggest another presence just out of view. As the week wore on, I became increasingly paranoid. I fortified the cabin as best I could, stacking wood against the doors, keeping a chair under the doorknob, and making sure every window was locked. I slept with the hatchet beside the bed, and every noise outside prompted me to sit upright and stare into the darkness. I rationed my food carefully, ate sparingly, and avoided going into the forest alone unless absolutely necessary. Even then, I kept close to the cabin, never straying far from the clearing. The turning point came on the fifth night. I had been lying awake, listening to the shifting shadows outside, when I heard it again, the deliberate, heavy movement around the cabin. This time, I grabbed the flashlight and the hatchet and crept to the window. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would burst. Through the darkness, I could just make out a figure moving silently among the trees. Not a human silhouette, but unmistakably large, upright, and deliberate. I realized it was a man, dressed in dark clothes that blended perfectly with the forest. He carried something that glinted in the faint moonlight, perhaps a tool or weapon. He moved slowly, circling the cabin, never approaching directly, but never leaving either. I held my breath, trying to plan what to do. I stayed that way for what felt like hours, until the figure finally vanished into the darkness. My hands were shaking violently as I lowered the flashlight. I knew then that staying the rest of the week was no longer safe. I packed quickly, taking only the essentials, and left the cabin before dawn, my car packed and ready to go. As I drove down the dirt road, my eyes constantly flicking to the tree line, I realized how easy it had been for someone to track me, to observe me without my knowledge. The relief I felt as the cabin disappeared behind the dense trees was overwhelming. I did not look back. When I finally reached the nearest town, I stopped at a small diner to gather myself. I called the local sheriff, explained the situation as best I could, and provided a description of I had been driving for hours through the winding forest roads, the kind of roads that seemed to curl in on themselves, making it impossible to tell how far I'd come. The sun was sinking behind the dense pines, casting long, crooked shadows across the road. My phone signal had disappeared a long time ago, somewhere past the last town I had passed that morning. I was tired, my eyes strained from focusing on the narrow lanes, and I could feel a knot forming in my stomach that had little to do with the long drive. I was heading to a cabin I had rented for the weekend, a place advertised as isolated, rustic, and peaceful. But as I neared it, the forest seemed to tighten around me. The cabin came into view after a particularly sharp turn. It was small, made of rough, weathered wood with a metal roof that looked like it had survived decades of storms. A thin plume of smoke rose from the chimney, though the place seemed deserted. The path leading up to it was overgrown with weeds and fallen branches, and the wooden porch sagged slightly on one side. I parked my car in what looked like a clearing, taking a moment to stretch and breathe in the crisp, pine-scented air. The silence was remarkable, almost unnerving. I hadn't heard a car, a bird, or even a breeze, just the occasional snap of a branch under my own feet. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of dust and old wood. The air was cool, though a single small wood stove promised warmth if I managed to get it going. The furniture was sparse. A small table, 2 chairs, a narrow bed with a faded mattress, and shelves lined with mismatched dishes and old tins. I unpacked my bag, laying out the few supplies I had brought: canned food, water, a lantern, matches, and some blankets. I made a mental note to check the stove and gather firewood before night fell completely. The first few hours were uneventful. I explored the immediate surroundings, noting a small creek not far from the cabin and a rough trail that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. I collected dry branches and twigs to start a fire and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had been creeping over me ever since I arrived. By the time dusk fully arrived, the forest had turned into a dark wall of shadowed trees. I lit the stove, feeling a small sense of accomplishment as the room filled with warmth and the smell of burning wood. I ate a simple meal and then sat by the window, staring out at the blackness beyond the glass. It wasn't long before I started hearing noises outside. At first, it was subtle. A branch snapping, the rustle of leaves, the faint patter of something moving across the forest floor. I told myself it was just wildlife, a deer or a raccoon, but the sounds grew more persistent, almost methodical. Footsteps, not random like an animal, but deliberate. I froze, listening, trying to convince myself it was the wind. I waited, heart pounding, but the noises didn't stop. I grabbed the small kitchen knife I had packed for emergencies and crept to the door. The porch was empty, the forest dark and thick. A cold chill ran down my spine as I realized the noises were coming from the far side of the cabin, where the trees pressed close, hiding anything or anyone from view. My mind raced through possibilities, all of them unsettling. I thought about calling for help, but my phone had no signal. I had told no one exactly where I was. If something happened, it could be hours before anyone realized I was missing. The night stretched on, and the noises didn't relent. Every snap of a branch made me jump. I checked the windows obsessively, scanning the shadows for any movement. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't relax. The isolation that had seemed peaceful earlier now felt suffocating. By midnight, the noises had grown louder, closer. I could hear footsteps circling the cabin, soft and careful, like whoever or whatever. Didn't want to make a sound, but was also fully aware of me inside. I decided to barricade myself in the main room. I moved the chairs against the door, shoved a heavy table in front of them, and kept the knife close. I could see the faint outline of the stove fire flickering across the walls, giving me a small, unsteady sense of security. The cabin creaked under the weight of the night, and the footsteps outside paused sometimes, as if whoever was out there was testing the limits of my barricade. I kept my eyes on the windows, straining to see any sign of movement. Hours passed this way, each one stretching unbearably long, until I heard something I had not anticipated. The sound of deliberate pounding on the walls. Someone was trying to force their way in. I realized then that I couldn't stay put forever. The door might not hold, and the windows offered no real escape. They were small, high, and difficult to reach. I had to act, though the idea of leaving the cabin and venturing into the pitch-black forest was terrifying. I packed the essentials: a flashlight, the knife, and a small pack with food and water. I waited, listening as the pounding slowed, then stopped completely. Holding my breath, I slipped out a back window that led to the rear of the cabin. The forest was alive with shadows. The flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness, illuminating the underbrush, the trunks of massive pines, and the occasional fallen log. I moved quickly but carefully, trying to keep to the rough trail I had noticed earlier. Every sound made me jump. The rustle of leaves, a branch snapping under my own foot, the distant call of an owl. I had no idea how far the cabin was from the nearest road, but I knew I couldn't stay where I was. I moved for what felt like hours, though in reality it might have been closer to 30 minutes, until I saw faint lights ahead. Relief surged through me as I realized it was a small road, likely used by logging vehicles or forest rangers. I ran, stumbling over roots and rocks, until I reached the road. Exhausted and dirty, I started walking along it, hoping to find someone. The lights of a distant cabin appeared on the horizon, and I aimed for them. By the time I reached it, I was shaking, covered in scratches, my clothes torn from the branches. I pounded on the door until a man answered, startled by my sudden appearance. After explaining as best I could, he called the local authorities. They came quickly, patrolling the area around the first cabin. They found signs that someone had indeed been there. Footprints, broken branches, and even marks on the door where someone had tried to force it open. There was no one left, but it was clear I had narrowly escaped an encounter that could have ended very badly. I spent the rest of the night at the second cabin, safe for the first time since I had arrived in the forest. The next morning, the authorities guided me back to my car. The sun illuminated the path I had taken, showing the forest in a calm light. But I knew the shadows I had experienced would not leave me easily. I drove back toward civilization, exhausted but alive, the memory of that night etched in every sense. The smell of the cabin, the darkness pressing in from all sides, the footsteps circling just beyond reach, and the stark realization of how quickly isolation could become danger. The experience left me shaken for months. I avoided cabins and forests, opting for crowded hotels and well-lit areas. I kept my knife with me more often than I had before, and I learned to always check in with someone before venturing into isolated areas. It was a harsh lesson in vulnerability, but it also gave me a sense of clarity. Preparation, awareness, and caution could make the difference between life and death. Eventually, I returned to everyday life, but I never forgot that night. The memory of being alone, completely exposed in the dark, with someone unknown nearby, stayed with me. I learned to appreciate the ordinary safety of homes and towns, and I never underestimated the quiet danger of isolation again. The cabin itself was eventually rented out again, and I never returned. But I sometimes think about it, the way the forest closed in, the noises that made my heart pound, and the small, fragile feeling of safety inside that old wooden structure. It was a terrifying experience, but it taught me a lesson I will carry forever. Even in a place that looks peaceful, danger can exist, and being prepared, aware, and calm can mean the difference between survival and something far worse.